Go ahead.
Judge, it's just I think really an administrative matter. It was brought to my attention that the suppression hearing.
That what, sir?
The suppression hearing that we held last year in 2022, that there was, as we understand from looking at the record, the state properly filed their proposed findings of fact, but there wasn't a formal adoption by the court. So in order to preserve Mr. Burgos Avilas's rights, we're asking that the court formally make its findings of fact.
I don't remember. Do you have a copy of it?
The state graciously printed a copy of their original proposed findings of fact this morning. It was given by Ms. John.
That is correct.
I thought I had already signed off on that.
I had a memory of it being adopted orally by the court, but we can't find it in the record, and in abundance of caution.
Very good.
The state couldn't find it in the record either, Judge.
Assuming that for a moment that I I've signed these already, because I'm going to check my records. But I'm pretty sure I would have signed it without it saying state proposed.
Yes.
So, can you just have somebody send it to both counsel for the defendant and me, either on a Word format or whatever you use? Is it Word or WordPerfect? Word.
Word, yes.
So that I can take out state proposed and whatever else I think that needs to be taken out.
Okay.
Can you do that today? Have somebody do that today for you? You can just send it like that, and then I'll edit it. I'll edit. Just send it in Word. Don't send it in PDF format. Send it in Word, basically, what I'm saying.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll look for the one that I thought I had signed, and if it's, I'll read it again. I'm pretty sure I had already done that. They're gonna send it to me in Word format so that I can edit whatever I need to edit, whatever I don't, because I'm sure that's what I did last time. So we'll take it from there.
Thank you, sir.
But I'll get it done. Thank you. Good morning. Ready? The red jury's coming. Yes, sir.
Please rise for the jury.
Thank you, everyone. Please have a seat. Good morning, members of the jury. We will get started. We left off with Mrs. Camilla on the witness stand, and Mr. Peña, you were about to cross. Do you have any questions of her?
Yes, Your Honor,
All right.
please.
You may begin when ready.
Good morning, Mrs. Camilla.
Good morning, sir.
Mrs. Camilla, yesterday you testified that Mr. Burgos made a call, a radio call to dispatch at around 11:18 a.m. on the morning of April 9, 2018, and reported that she needed, that there was a woman that was in need of immediate medical assistance, correct?
I testified, yes.
Okay. And prior to that call, there had been no reports of illegal activity having been observed or reported by any Border Patrol agent in that area, correct?
Are you talking about the radioactivity that was obtained, or are you talking about any other source that recorded that vehicle in that area before?
No, I'm asking whether any agent, including Mr. Burgos, had reported any illegal activity in the area that Mr. Burgos was assigned to that morning.
Aside from the call that came in of him requesting assistance, is that your question?
Right.
I believe there was regular traffic, regular radio traffic as far as detections of possible activity that Border Patrol agents needed to respond to, if I remember correctly.
In the area that Mr. Burgos was working?
Yes.
And that morning of April 9, 2018, Mr. Burgos was assigned to an area from the World Trade Bridge to Father Magnabeau Park, correct?
So that was one of his areas of responsibility, to include from Flecha Lane all the way to north of 255, since he was a supervisor for deployments.
And the area where Griselda Hernandez's body was found is included within that area that you described, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And as part of your investigation, you searched Mr. Burgos's desk at the Border Patrol North Station, and you were looking for evidence, correct, of the crime?
So there was two searches conducted in Mr. Burgos' shared workspace. Like I've mentioned, one of them was done the day of, April the 9th in the evening, and that was done by Laredo Police Department, accompanied by one of our agents from my office. I was at the headquarters station. The second search was actually done by admin, the Laredo North managers, that they were trying to clear that office because, again, it's a shared office. And when they were doing so, that's when they came across the documents that I testified to yesterday.
The child support document?
That is correct.
And other than the child support documents, there was no evidence recovered from Mr. Burgos's office, correct?
Not that I recall, no.
Right. Now, at Border Patrol here in Laredo, Mr. Burgos was simply known as Ronald Burgos, correct?
I am not sure, to be honest, how he was known by his fellow agents or supervisors. All I know him was obviously, or the first time I learned of him was the day of the call.
You looked at some of Mr. Burgos's employment records, correct?
Yes, I did, sir.
And those records contain the name simply Ronald Burgos, correct? I'm not mistaken if it has his initial or not. I would need to see the actual employment records that were provided. Okay. And you also searched Mr. Burgos's computer that he used in his office at the Border Patrol Station, but the search did not reveal any evidence of the murders in his web browser, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Burgos was hired as a Border Patrol agent in 2009, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And he was promoted to supervisor in 2012?
No,
correct?
he was promoted to supervisor July of 2017.
Oh, 2017.
Yes, sir.
Now, you learned as part of your investigation that Border Patrol agent Francisco Lara placed a bloody glove in the bed of the kilo unit that was assigned to Ronald Burgos, correct?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Just a few questions, Your Honor. Ms. Escamilla, yesterday when we were discussing State's Exhibit,
Turn the mic over to you, the big mic.
on State's Exhibit 514-5, which was the radioactivity for the handheld radio,
Yes.
are you able to see document 514.5, exhibit?
Yes, yes, I can.
And when asked, how is it that we knew that this handheld radio belong to Mr. Burgos?
So, this report again was requested for any activity that came from, his handheld. And aside from the subscriber ID, the 5154867, the report also documented his, star number, which is the N68. The subscriber alias, was recorded that was the radio assigned to Mr. Burgos at the time.
I'm now showing you states 472, and if you can find the star number or the alias name for Mr. Ronald Burgos.
Yes, so the star number is noted on the report, next to his name.
Thank you. And then will you also please read out the name as it is listed here in States Exhibit 472?
If you can just zoom in, it's a little bit blurry, I don't know if it's the light. Okay, it's Ronald, or Burgos last name and then first name Ronald.
Okay. Is there next to the parentheses, is there, outside the parentheses, is there a letter or anything?
Yes, there's an A initial.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any reply? No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Am I excused?
You are excused to go about your business.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Nicole Morales to the stand.
Who, sir?
Nicole Morales?
Nicole Morales.
Yes, Your Honor. She's outside. She needs to be sworn in.
Ms. Morales, good morning. Please come forward. Good morning. Could you state your full name?
Nicole Morales.
Ms. Morales, please raise your right hand and be sworn.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat right over here.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, ADA Jesus Vigil, conducting the examination on behalf of the state. Good morning, Ms. Morales.
Good morning.
How was your drive down?
Fine, thank you.
It's good to hear. Shall we get to it?
Yes.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Nicole Morales, Morales.
And what's your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Bexar County Crime Lab in San Antonio.
And where are you currently employed?
At the Bexar County Crime Lab.
Okay. And how long have you been employed there?
10 years.
And what are your duties?
I'm a forensic DNA analyst, so I screen evidence that comes in from law enforcement, and then I provide DNA comparisons to profiles.
And would you be able to tell us what educational background and professional training you have that qualifies you as an expert in forensics?
Yes, I received my bachelor's degree in biochemistry from the University of Nevada in Reno, and I have my master's degree in forensic science from Sam Houston State University.
And this laboratory, is it accredited?
Yes.
Is the accrediting organization recognized by the Texas Forensic Science Commission?
Yes.
What does accreditation mean?
It's a set of standards that you have to meet that is comparable between all the laboratories that meet those accrediting standards. So there's certain proficiency testing that has to be done every year. There's certain training that analysts have to go through every year. And it's just a set of standards to show that you meet these requirements.
And are you licensed as a forensic analyst by the Texas Forensic Science Commission?
Yes.
Have you received any additional training in the area of DNA analysis?
When I joined the laboratory, I received training in both forensic serology and forensic DNA, and there's continuing education every year.
And have you testified in court before as an expert witness in the area of DNA comparison?
Yes,
More or less, many occasions?
many occasions.
throughout the state of Texas?
Typically Laredo, Killeen one time, and then mostly Bear County.
Pretty sure the jury knows, but would you tell the jury what DNA is?
Sure. So DNA, I describe it as the genetic blueprint of what makes you unique. So if you think about a blueprint of a house, you have a set, walls, doors, rooms, how they're set up. So DNA is the genetic blueprint of what makes you unique. You get half your DNA from your mom and half your DNA from your dad, and each person has a unique genetic profile unless you have an identical twin.
Okay, and could you generally explain what happens with evidence when the lab receives it for testing?
Sure. So law enforcement will bring in the evidence. It gets stored in our evidence receiving section. It's a vault that's accessible to analysts and evidence receiving staff. At that point, someone will pull that evidence for analysis, and then we pick it up from evidence receiving. We perform any necessary testing. We keep any items stored in our section for DNA testing, and then the bulk evidence goes back to evidence receiving, and then subsequently goes back to the law enforcement agency.
Okay, and now in this case, were you provided with evidence to conduct a forensic analysis?
Yes.
How did you receive that evidence?
I picked it up from evidence receiving, and it was submitted by Laredo Police Department.
And once you finished conducting your analysis, what happened to the evidence?
The evidence, once I retained whatever cuttings, swab tips, etc., from the evidence that I wanted to keep, the bulk evidence was submitted back to evidence receiving, which submitted it back to Laredo PD, and then I had just samples of the bulk evidence in my custody.
Okay. And did you prepare a report?
Yes.
Several reports?
6 reports, yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
And for the record, Your Honor, I'm going to show the witness State's Exhibit 518, 519, 520, 521, 522, 523, and 524. Do you recognize these documents?
Yes.
Okay. And was this report done in the normal course of business of the Bear County Criminal Crime Lab?
Yes.
And was it done here at the time you conducted your analysis?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to show the defense for any objections, and I move to admit into evidence State's Exhibit 518 through 524, and I request to publish State's Exhibit 518.
We have no objections.
It'll be admitted without objection. Thank you.
And may I request to publish 518, Your Honor?
Sure, go ahead. You can see it there.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then some housekeeping matters. So, may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Excuse me?
May I approach the witness
Yes,
again?
of course. Approach liberally, please.
So, I'm going to show you what's been marked as, and then I guess I'll leave them somewhere you can get them. State's Exhibit 47. there. State's Exhibit 7, State's Exhibit 8, State's Exhibit 4, State's Exhibit 17, State's Exhibit 18, and State's Exhibit 35. If you can review them.
Okay,
Do you recognize them?
yes.
How do you recognize them?
Each of these packages has the unique CIL, which is the Criminal Investigation Laboratory case number on it, as well as my initials and the date and the exhibit number that each item is.
What date do they have on them?
So some of them have 1/29/19, one of them has 1/30/19, one of them has 7/24 of 2018, 7/25 of 2018, and 7/18 2018.
Okay. And are these the items that you received and analyzed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we move to admit these respective exhibits into evidence. I'll tender the defense for any objections.
Any objections?
No objection.
They'll be admitted without objection.
Are you familiar with the case at hand?
Yes.
Now, I know you said you were given some samples to analyze. You actually did an analysis on these samples?
Yes.
What analysis did you utilize?
So typically in homicide cases, the typical analysis is looking for blood evidence or touch DNA. So if it's blood evidence, I would do a screening test, which is basically a presumptive chemical test for the possible presence of blood. That's basically a color reaction test. So if it tests positive, it would turn the sample pink, and then I would retain it for possible DNA analysis. So that's typically the presumptive test that I would do on homicide cases, unless there was something else specifically asked for. Let's say there was a indication of a sexual assault or something like that, then there would be additional testing. Other items that might just be retained without any sort of presumptive testing might be something that was handled, like let's say a firearm or a steering wheel cover or something like that. So there's no presumptive test for that. It's just kept and DNA is performed on them.
Okay. Well, would that cover the methodology?
Yes.
Okay, so move on then. So I guess after you did your analysis, what did you do after doing the analysis on the samples? What did you then do?
So anything that tested positive for the presumptive presence of blood, either a cutting or a tip, if they were swabs, I would keep just the tips of the swabs. Those would be retained in the laboratory. Any items that were sort of positive for touch DNA, like I said, no presumptive testing was done, but samples would be kept from those items. And then they would be retained within the laboratory, and the bulk evidence would have been sent back to Laredo.
Okay, so you looked at State's Exhibit 47, right? May I approach, Your Honor, just to place it?
You may.
Just to refer to it, thank you. So can you tell us, State's Exhibit, was it 34, did I say?
This is 47.
47, I'm sorry. Where does that exhibit corresponds to where on your lab report?
It's Exhibit 1, so it's the first brown paper bag listed.
So would it be these items right here?
Correct.
Would you mind, I don't know if you can see or want to refer to the exhibit? what the items consist of?
So, the description might be different between what's listed by law enforcement and what I described it as. So it depends on which one you want me to use.
Do you have a copy of your report?
Yes,
Would you like to refer to your report?
sure.
It's been entered into evidence.
Okay, so in this container, which is Exhibit 1, the brown paper bag, there were 5 different sub-items in there. The first was a stroller handle foam. The second was a stroller canopy fabric. The third was another brown paper bag like this inside of this bag, and it had 5 items within it. So 1-3-1. So stroller headrest fabric, stroller seat belt buckle, dry grass, then another tape sealed manila envelope, which had 4 items in it, swabs 8, 9, 10, 11, and then apparent hairs, and then stroller seat fabric and tire prints were all in Exhibit 1.
And so you conducted an analysis of these items, right?
Yes.
Would you mind telling us what your findings concluded as to these items? Or let me ask you specifically, in regards to the stroller handle foam, can you let us know what your findings were after your analysis?
Yes, that item tested positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
And can that be attributed to anybody?
Until DNA analysis, that would be when the comparison is made between that
Okay.
item. So that's on a separate report.
We'll get
Later.
to that then. Perfect. And so how about in regards to the shoulder canopy fabric?
That also tested positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
How about in regards to the stroller headrest fabric?
That also tested positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
And in regards to the stroller seat belt buckle?
That also tested positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
In regards to the rock?
The rock was, swab 9?
I believe yes. It's
Swab 9, that,
1342.
yes, that also tested positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
Now, if I can have permission from the court to publish State's Exhibit 519?
It's already admitted.
So can you tell
One
us
second,
what a
sir.
forensic
One
examiner-
second.
Yes, it's been
I'm
admitted.
confirming whether it's been admitted or not. Now you can publish it.
Can you inform us what the difference is between the first report that we looked at, State's Exhibit 518 to State's Exhibit 519?
So the first report was the serology report. That's where I was screening the items of evidence to keep what was probative or what tested positive for any presumptive bodily fluids. The second report is the DNA report. So at that point, I'm taking those items that I retained, developing genetic profiles from them, and then comparing them to any known profiles I have from individuals.
And so your findings will be on the following pages, correct?
Correct.
So can you tell us now, the items that I mentioned, can you tell us then, you mentioned that you found human DNA on these items, correct?
So those items tested positive for the presumptive presence of blood. It's only a presumptive test, so I would develop a genetic profile and then compare it to any known profiles.
Okay, and then, I guess let me show you then, now that you mentioned that. State's Exhibit 18, State's Exhibit 17, and State's Exhibit 4. Can I approach your honor?
Yes, sir.
So can you tell us what these items are?
So State's Exhibit 17 is my Exhibit 8-1. It's a known sample from Dominic Hernandez, and it would have been a bloodstain card from the medical examiner's office. State's Exhibit 18, my Exhibit 8-2, is the known standard from Griselda Hernandez. That would have been a bloodstain card as well from the medical examiner's office. And State's Exhibit 4 is my Exhibit 15-8. Those are buccal swabs Let me double check. I don't think this is the one, 15-8. No.
Okay, so let's proceed with these two for now,
Okay,
while I work on the other one.
okay.
So, you mentioned that there were Griselda and Dominic's bloodstain cards. Can you explain what the significance of that is in regards to your analysis?
Yes, they're used as known samples. So everything that is collected from the crime scene and submitted are all considered unknown samples. We don't know the source of the DNA on those items. When you take a known standard, you know who you're collecting it from. So if, example, I came up to one of you and swabbed the inside of your cheek and then looked at your driver's license and said, this is a known standard from Joe Smith. So these are known standards taken during autopsy, likely, from Dominic Hernandez and Griselda Hernandez. And then the buccal swabs would be a known standard taken from the inside cheek of Ronald Burgos.
Okay. And could you use these DNA, these samples that you mentioned, can you use them to kind of be able to, so you can use these to compare it to any other items that you analyze to see whether that genetic profile may be found on that sample or not?
Correct. So we use the term consistent with. So the known samples are compared to the unknown samples, and you can see if there's a match or not, basically.
Okay. And so I guess let's get back to your report. So in regards to the items that we mentioned in States Exhibit 47, can you let us know what your findings were?
Yes, so on the stroller handle foam, which is 1-1.1, the cutting from stroller canopy fabric 1-2.1, the swab tip from the stroller canopy fabric 1-2.2, the cutting from the stroller headrest fabric 1-3-1.1, and then did you want the rock was the other one, correct?
Yes,
Swab
I
tip.
believe I mentioned the belt buckle and the rock.
Swab tip 9 from the rock, 1-3-4-2.1. Griselda Hernandez cannot be excluded as a source of the human DNA on those items.
Thank you. And so, I think, how about in regards to the stroller seat belt buckle?
Stroller seat belt buckle, 1-3-2.1. Is that the correct one?
I have 1-3-2.1, correct.
Yes, Griselda Hernandez cannot be excluded as a source of the human DNA on those items.
Your Honor, just if I can have a minute, just so that I can show the jury the belt buckle and the rock, Your Honor. And then I guess we can label it as 47.1 and 47.2.
They're not in yet, what you're saying?
Yeah, okay.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Or are they in already?
No, they've been admitted, Your Honor. 47.
Has the rock and the buckle been admitted?
No, Your Honor.
That's
I guess
all
we'll
that.
cross that bridge when we get there.
So that's, maybe you could show it to them then.
Yes.
Mr. Vihid, is that something that you're gonna present to council?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Maybe you can do that over here instead of over there, like right here at that table there, or whatever you want to do it, yeah. The box has already been admitted.
Yes, this has been admitted, Your Honor, but there's items within this that specifically.
So, okay, so you admitted the box, but not the contents of the box? How did that happen?
I admitted.
All right, approach, please.
recognize it?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a tape-sealed manila envelope. It says that it contains a seatbelt buckle from, I can't read what this says, but it says from a stroller.
Okay, and you conducted analysis on this item?
Yes.
Request to publish on the EE or Elmo, Your Honor? States Exhibit 47.4 for your record. Is that the belt buckle?
Yes, would you mind turning the label around so I can see what exhibit number? Thank you.
Focus on
Yes.
And you said again that, what were your findings in regards to this item?
So on that item, I took a swab from that item, and Griselda Hernandez was not excluded as a source of the human DNA on that item.
Thank you. And what does not excluded mean?
Not excluded means that when I made the comparison between the unknown profile and the known profiles of the three individuals, that there was a match between the profile of Griselda Hernandez and that item.
Okay, so let's move on. So now, let me show you State's Exhibit 4. May I approach, Your Honor? So can you tell us what this pertains to in your report?
So State's Exhibit 4 is my Exhibit 15-8. That's on a separate report. That's not on this report.
It's on State's Exhibit. So would that be on State's Exhibit 520?
Is this the serology report from February?
February 5th?
Yes.
Ms. President, so what does State's Exhibit 4 correspond to in this report?
So they're labeled as 2 DNA swabs, and I labeled them as, there's 2 items in here, and so they were subbed out as 15-8-1 and 15-8-2, and I labeled them as swab from R. Burgos Aviles.
Now I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7, Your Honor.
Approach liberally, please, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell us where that corresponds to and which of your reports would be the February?
Yes, this would be the February 5th serology report as well. This is my item 15-7. There's 4 items in this envelope, which I subbed out. They're all 4 swabs. The 2 first ones, number 1 and number 2, are from a Cricket cell phone, back and front. And then items 3 and 4 are from a Samsung cell phone, front and back.
And what did your, I guess I'll go ahead and I'll show you State's Exhibit 21. Can you tell us what your findings concluded in regards to these items? I guess we can take it, first was Griselda.
21, was that one of the ones that was originally admitted?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because we don't have it as admitted.
I had
Do you have it, Cindy? Can you check your list? 21?
521.
Yeah, it's 521. I had asked.
Oh, 521.
It was about
We
6
heard you say
reports.
21.
No, 521, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So again, can you tell us what the findings were in regards to the items that you just stated are in State's
521.
Exhibit
7?
7?
So just to clarify, for serology purposes, for the screening of the items, the 4 items in States Exhibit 7, which were my 15-7-1, 2, 3, and 4, they all were positive for the presumptive presence of blood. Do you want me to cover 15-8 as well, the previous?
Yes.
So 15-8, they were just retained because they were just swabs taken from an individual. They didn't have any biological soiling on them. So they were one of those touch DNA swabs that I described, so I just retained them without any presumptive testing. And then do you want me to
Yes,
look at the DNA results?
Yes, and what were the results, your findings? And then you can kind of direct us to the page number of the report. so-
Yes, I'm trying to find them first on my
No
report.
worries, no worries.
Okay, so we're looking at 15-7, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
If it'll help, would you know what page it's at, would you direct the witness to that page, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think you already had it,
Yeah.
So
I
if
have-
you go to page 3
Okay,
of your forensic DNA report,
yes?
all right. Proceed.
Yes,
Mr.
so
Proceed.
I have 15-7-4 here. So there's human DNA consistent with 2 contributors on that item. Dominic Hernandez is not excluded, and Griselda Hernandez and Ronald Burgos Aviles are excluded as a source of the major contributor of human DNA on that item. There was additional human DNA not attributed to Dominic Hernandez, but was of an insufficient quantity and quality for me to do anything with that additional DNA.
so what does that mean?
So that means that there's a major profile that I can attribute to someone or make a comparison with someone, and then there's very low level amounts of DNA that I don't feel comfortable using. It's just it's not enough to use it to make any sort of comparison. So I don't make a comparison to anybody. I just say that there's an insufficient amount to do anything with it.
Okay, so would it be safe to say you would need more DNA matter?
Correct. I would need a more robust profile.
Now,
So-
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say there was a major contributor, and that's who I made the comparisons to. So from the major component of that item, Dominic Hernandez is not excluded, and the other 2 individuals are excluded.
And again, when you mean not excluded, what does that mean?
That there's a match between the known profile and the unknown profile.
And it was on which item? Can you tell us again?
15-7-4, which is the Samsung cell phone, the back.
Now, how about if you look right here, same report? Can you go down maybe 1 to 2 paragraphs?
Okay.
What do your findings show there?
So that one is, so if you go to the paragraph before that, it talks about the Cricket cell phone front. I don't know if you wanted to cover that as well. That's 15-7-2.
Yes.
So on that one, there was DNA consistent with originating from 2 or more contributors on that item. Dominic Hernandez and Griselda Hernandez are each not excluded, which means that when I compared the profile on the item, which is a mixture profile, they each could not be excluded as a contributor of the DNA, and Ronald Burgos Aviles is excluded from that item. That's the Cricket cell phone front.
And then the following paragraph?
So the following paragraph is a match statistic, so it's basically giving the jury the weight of that evidence, because when I say not excluded, what does that mean? So the match statistic that we use is called a random match probability. It means what is the chance of me going out into a random population of people, so the jury, for example, if I pulled one of you and developed your known genetic profile, what is the chance that your profile would also match that on the unknown sample? And so in this case, for those items that we discussed, the RMP, or the random match probability, is, and I'll give you the most conservative one, or the smallest number, would be 1 in 53 octillion people.
Can you explain that number in layman's terms for us?
So people like to think of it as like, what's the population of the world? That's typically what I get asked, which it has nothing to do with. It's a statistic. But there's 7 billion people on the planet, and this would be like many, many sets of decimals over from that. It's octillion. So I would say that this profile is very rare in a population. So it would be very hard to find another individual that had the same profile.
And then I'm approaching you to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 8. Can you tell me what that is?
So this is my Exhibit 16-3. It's labeled as 2 swabs from the tailgate of a truck with a license, or a driver's license plate number K66119.
Kilo number, what was that? K number what?
Kilo 66119.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, I'm going to request to publish what's been already as pre-admitted, States Exhibit 305 and 217. So there's a number that's written on that envelope, I believe, bottom left side. Can you read that number?
Is it the state's exhibit number you're talking
No,
about?
there's
Or?
a little hashtag.
Oh, item number 1.
Okay, so this is States Exhibit 217, which is the back of the tailgate with some blood. It's been then marked number 1. What number is that right here?
1.
1. Okay. Is that the item you tested?
I don't know if that is the item I tested because I did not see that truck. So this is the item I tested, whatever's in this envelope.
Okay, so where did the swabs come from?
The swabs are labeled as coming from the tailgate of truck K66119.
Okay, thank you. And so I guess let's stick to these, the DNA, forensic DNA report where, and I'll go ahead and I'll point it out for the court. It is 16-3.1, swab kit from tailgate of truck K66119. Can you tell us what your findings were after doing your analysis?
Yes, so on that item, there was human DNA consistent with originating from 2 or more contributors. Dominic Hernandez is not excluded, and Griselda Hernandez and Ronald Aviles are excluded as a source of the major contributor of human DNA on that item as well. There was additional DNA not attributed to Dominic Hernandez, but was of an insufficient quantity.
Okay, so 2 things. Dominic Hernandez was not excluded. Again, can you remind us what that means?
That there was a match between the known profile of Dominic Hernandez and that item.
And you said that there was more, but that you couldn't attribute it. Can you again remind us what that means?
Just that there was an insufficient amount for me to develop a profile suitable for comparison.
In other words, you would need more.
Correct.
Okay, so you testified that you had the genetic profiles kind of as a control where you can you have the DNA profile, and then you use it as a control when you analyze the items, and then you can use that control to determine whose biological sample was on which item, correct?
So I can get anybody's known profile, and I would be able to compare that known profile to the unknown profiles. So yes, I have known profiles taken from individuals that I'm then making comparisons to the unknown items in the case, with the objective of making a comparison between the two to see if someone is excluded or not excluded.
And you testified that he had Dominic's, what was that term you used? Known sample?
Correct.
And Mr. Burgos' known sample.
Correct.
So specifically, when it comes to Dominic Hernandez and Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles, did you conclude anything after comparing their samples with one another?
Are you talking about in terms of like a paternity or?
Yes, in regards to paternity, what did you conclude after comparing their samples?
So that's back on the first DNA report. So I was asked to perform a sort of like a biological parentage analysis between the three individuals. So we know that Griselda Hernandez is the biological mother of Dominic Hernandez, and we know that children inherit half of their mom's DNA and half of their father's DNA. So what's left, I would subtract out the mother's contribution to his profile, and what's left are called obligate paternal alleles, which means that the biological father had to give those alleles to the child. And so with the obligate paternal alleles, you can compare any man's known profile that's an alleged father, for example, to those obligate paternal alleles. And so I made a comparison between Ronald Burgos's DNA profile and that of Dominic Hernandez, and Ronald Burgos cannot be excluded as a biological parent of Dominic Hernandez.
Cannot be excluded. There's that term again.
That's the same term, yes.
Same term as what we were discussing in the previous, my previous questions.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what a combined parentage index is?
Yes, it's basically the same thing. It's like a likelihood ratio or statistic for the jury to understand what that means, that he's not excluded as a biological parent. So in this case, it was a probability of parentage of greater than 99.9%.
Okay. I'm gonna approach you real quick. Just put on my gloves. So, I'm gonna approach and show you as marked as State's Exhibit 46.3. Do you recognize this item? You don't have to say what it is, just you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay, and how do you recognize it?
I have my CIL on it, as well as my initials, the date, and the exhibit number.
Okay. I'm tendering to defense, State's Exhibit 46.3 for any objection. Defense has no objections, Your Honor. I move to admit State's Exhibit 43.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Admitted.
I'm sorry, Mr. Eno, you said 43.
46 point.
46, what?
Point 3.
Point 3, thank you.
And can you tell us what that is
So this is a swab box that would contain swabs inside of it.
pertaining to who?
These are labeled as buccal swab samples collected from the inner mouth of Ronald Anthony Burgos.
Thank you. And there's another item that I want to show you. State's Exhibit, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 35. Can you tell us what that is?
So this is labeled as a black in color belt keeper found on the driver's side floorboard of a Ford F-150 truck of Border Patrol Unit K66119.
And Your Honor, this has already been admitted. It's State's Exhibit 35.
What was that? Was that 47, that bag, the big bag? The big bag right there.
47.
Okay. There is no 46 yet, right? Because there's 46.3.
Yeah.
Just wanted you to know, we have 46.3, but there is no 46 yet. Thank you. You can proceed. I just want to make sure we don't get mixed up.
Well, Your Honor, real quick, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 46. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
it has the CIL, my initials, the date, and the exhibit number on it.
Thank you. I'm tendering to defense for any objections, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 46, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Pena?
No objection.
46, State 46 is in.
And before I get into your findings and all that, let me just show you the item.
And this is going to be which item, Mr. Vahid?
This is State's Exhibit 35, Your Honor.
That's it. How many bags are in there? Just one? All right.
Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and request permission to publish it, Your Honor.
May.
Is that the item you analyzed?
Yes.
Okay, and so I believe this one was an item in your first report.
Yes.
Can you just find it? Would it be?
It's 11-8.
I believe it was 11-8, correct. And so I'll go ahead and I'll publish the DNA report, okay? So after conducting an analysis of this bellkeeper, what were your findings?
So that belt keeper tested positive for the presumptive presence of blood during serology. I took 3 different swabs from that item, from 3 different blood stains. Because there's multiple people involved, usually I would take separate swabs just in case. So I retained 3 different swabs. So on the DNA report, they're itemized as 11-8.1, 2, and 3. Do you want me to talk about the results for the
Yes,
DNA?
please. What were your findings?
On all 3 of those swabs from that belt keeper, Griselda Hernandez is not excluded as a source of the DNA. and Dominic Hernandez and Ronald Burgos Aviles are excluded.
And again, there's that term again. Is it the same, when you mean by not excluded, it means the same as we were discussing before?
Yes.
Keep-
I want to put it in.
Unless you're gonna use it again, put it back in the envelope, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The cell phone.
Pass a witness, Your Honor.
One, oh, go ahead, Mr. Boggs.
Good morning, Ms. Ramos.
Good morning.
Ms. Ramos, on direct examination, you were asked a question. You were shown a picture of an exhibit, and you were asked, is this the item you tested? And you said, I don't know. I tested what was in the envelope. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't perform any of the evidence collection in this case. Is that correct?
I did not.
Okay. And your results and the conclusions from them, as far as evidence to be believed by the jury, is only as good as the evidence collection process. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you're not here to tell this jury that the evidence collection was proper or perfect, or offer any information about the evidence collection, are you?
I have no opinion about the evidence collection, no.
And so, for instance, you testified about blood on the stroller seat belt buckle. You don't know anything about how the blood came to be on the stroller seat belt buckle, correct?
No, I do not.
And you don't know how the stroller seat belt buckle was collected, correct?
I do not.
And you don't know what any of the people on the scene did with that stroller seat belt buckle prior to it even being
Objection, Honor,
collected,
speculation.
correct?
I do not.
And contamination is the biggest enemy of proper DNA analysis. Is that correct, or a fair thing to say?
That is fair, yes.
Okay. And you have no control over contamination at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And for instance, DNA transfer at the scene may cause your results to be meaningless. Is that correct?
My results to me are my results. I don't know what meaningless means to anybody else, but I'm speaking for the evidence that's submitted.
So you testified about a belt keeper possible match to Mr. Burgos Aviles. Is that correct?
No, I believe he was excluded from the belt keeper.
Okay. He was excluded from the belt keeper.
Correct.
He was a match to the blood that was purportedly collected from the back of the truck. Is that correct?
No, that is also not correct.
I apologize. Could you, what was the result of the testing regarding what is purported to be the blood from the back of the truck regarding Mr. Burgos Aviles?
So he was excluded as a donor of the DNA on the belt keeper. Let me go back to the truck. That one's item 16-3.1. So from that item, Dominic Hernandez is not excluded, and Griselda Hernandez and Ronald Burgos Aviles are excluded.
And so, if I could just have one moment, I apologize. Thank you for your patience, ma'am. I tend to the witness back.
A couple questions, Your Honor, just a couple. Ms. Morales, I think you had stated earlier in your direct examination that you had also analyzed the fingernail clippings of the defendant, Mr. Burgos.
Yes, I've received fingernail clippings from Ronald Burgos Aviles. I'll need a reminder of which report it's on, if you don't mind.
Yes, I'm on that. If it's on, I believe it's on your July 30th, 2018. If you look at 8.3 or 8-3-1-1, swab from right hand fingernails.
Yes,
And there's two. Then there's the left, and there's also right hand fingernail clippings.
correct.
So I guess now let's go to. So let me just publish 518 to show the jury what I'm referring to, or the court.
Judge, objection. I believe this is beyond the scope of the cross-examination.
So, again, here it is in the July 30, 2018 forensic serology report. You just testified that yes, you did have some fingernails, swabs, and clippings of the defendant.
Correct.
Now let's go to State's Exhibit 19, which is your forensic DNA report.
Okay.
Can you please tell us what your findings were in regards to those items?
So on the first item, which is the swab tip from the right hand fingernails of Ronald Burgos Aviles, there was human DNA which could not be attributed to him, but was of an insufficient quantity to develop a profile for comparison.
Meaning there was DNA, not from him, just you didn't have enough to make a determination as to who it could have been to.
Correct.
belonged to.
And the other two items in question, the left hand fingernails of Ronald Burgos Aviles and the right hand fingernail clippings, there was no human DNA foreign to Ronald Burgos Aviles on those items.
Okay. What hand was that again?
The no human DNA foreign to
Yes.
was the left hand fingernails and the right hand fingernail clippings.
No further questions, Your Honor.
No recross.
Thank you, Ron. You are excused. You may go about your business.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it.
If you can wait, I'm going to excuse the jury for a second. If you can wait there while they walk out. Members of the jury, I'm going to give you a real quick break, and then we'll be right back. Bring the jury in, Mr. Rubio. I'm toying with the idea of trying to work through lunch with breaks and whatnot, maybe trying to see how it goes with the witnesses, but trying to see if we can cut off earlier than normal just because it's Friday. If we work through lunch, maybe we can.
Okay, that being said, can we approach? Well, you can speak right off the record.
Yeah.
So we have.
Thank you all. Please have a seat. All right. Ms. Jackman, your next witness.
Detective Richard Reyes, Your Honor.
Richard Reyes. He's coming the other way. Officer Reyes, Detective Reyes, you've been
Sir.
sworn in, sir?
Yes, I have.
Please, sir, have a seat right up here. Have a seat, scoot your chair up to the mic, and then we'll get started, sir. They will be.
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
You may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Detective Reyes, will you please state your full name for the record?
Richard Reyes Jr.
And how is it that you're employed?
I'm a Laredo Police Department. I'm a detective.
How many years have you been a detective?
This September will be 33 years.
And you know why, do you know why we are here today?
Yes, ma'am?
And you were called out to the scene at Father McNamara?
Yes, I was.
I'd like to direct your attention to the Father McNamara parking lot area.
Okay?
And that's where I'd like to begin the discussion.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an occasion to see Mr. Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles that day?
Yes, I did.
Do you recognize him here in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you please state an article of clothing that he was wearing?
It's got a gray coat, looks like, sitting on the defense table.
May the record reflect that Detective Reyes has identified the defendant, Mr. Burgos. Now, we've heard, how long were you at this
Yes, I noticed that he was there.
And how long were you there? Did you have any exchange with Mr. Burgos?
A short, a brief interaction with him, yes.
And this was before radio transmissions that the jury has already heard regarding the driver of the vehicle.
Correct.
How long were you there before that radio transmission was heard on the radio?
No longer than 20 minutes.
And what was that exchange between you and Agent Burgos?
So when I initially arrived, I arrived to the, what I would call crime scene number 1, where the decedents were found. I didn't spend more than 20, 25 minutes there. It's when I first observed the defendant. So I was tasked to go and look for maybe or possibly the victim's vehicle that might be parked in Father McNabow's. So when I drove there, I looked, I saw the Mercedes. I realized that Detective Gilbert Benavides had already found the location of the registered owner. So I was standing by, kind of just securing the Mercedes, is when I noticed and observed the defendant walking towards me near the car in the parking lot.
And what was the exchange? What words were there any words exchanged?
Yes, it was.
And what was the content of that?
I don't know if I initiated it or he just brought it up, but somehow I said, hey, you know, do you mind if I ask you? I said, I noticed you were at the main crime scene. Why are you here now? And his response to me was like, I am a supervisor, but I also have to report to my superiors. I said, okay, so you're just kind of filling them in on the latest. And he's like, yes.
And at this point, he was the reporting party, correct?
Yes, from the information I had at that time, yes.
And thereafter, the radio transmission was on, came on, is that correct?
Shortly after, yes.
By Gilbert Benavides?
Yes.
And was, what were, if you could just list, because we've heard the transmission, could you list the facts that were mentioned as to who they believe the driver of this Mercedes was?
So my understanding over or via the radio transmission was that the car had been taken by Griselda Hernandez, and she had her infant child by the name of Dominic. They had gone to the Father McNabow Park to meet up with a Border Patrol agent by the name of Anthony Burgos.
And so, did what was said over the radio transmission, did this match information that was at the scene?
Absolutely.
Okay. It was a female,
Yes, ma'am.
and you said it was a little boy?
An infant, male infant.
And it was at Father McNabow?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there Border Patrol agents present?
Yes, there was.
Now, the name Anthony Burgos, so you at this point knew that it was an Anthony Burgos over the transmission, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, was this transmission, was Agent Burgos within earshot of this radio transmission?
Absolutely, there was. Yes, he was.
Okay. And so, at this point, were you able to see or were you able to identify anything on him regarding his name?
His name tag,
Okay, and what did it say?
R. Burgos.
So, the initial did not match what was conveyed over the transmission, correct?
You're right.
Now, at this point, what is it that you do regarding with any conversation or communication with Agent Burgos?
So, from the transmission, radio transmission, he was in my sight immediately because I recognized the last name from our initial conversation there. I saw his name tag. So I just, started piecing together some of the facts. And first thing, of course, was at that time was officer safety. This is, keeping on his right hand. And everybody there also realized that there was an Agent Burgos in the crime scene.
Now, did you, so at this point, the only name that you associated with this person physically was a tag name with R. Burgos, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
After the radio transmission, did you receive additional information?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
His full name,
Who gave that to you?
Lead Detective Raimundo Garcia.
Was this conveyed over the radio transmission or otherwise?
He called me on the phone and relayed the information.
And what was given to you? What was the name?
He says, Reyes, I have his full name. His name is Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles.
Now, before you had spoken to Detective Raimundo Garcia, had you had an opportunity to ask Agent Burgos for his name?
Yes,
And what did he verbally tell you his name was?
he just did this motion to his name tag, R. Burgos. He may have said Ronald Burgos.
Now, how many times did you ask him for his name?
Just at one time, but simultaneously I received a phone call.
Okay. Then after the transmission, or after the phone call that you received from Detective Garcia, did you ask Agent Burgos for his name?
I went back and I asked him, what's your full name? I said, you're a Border Patrol, you're a professional, what's your full name? And then he says, he cooperated and gave his full name, Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles.
Is that how you asked him? Is that how he answered you?
Well, I asked him, hey, give me your full name. What's your full name? I said, this is not the time to be playing games. What's your full name? And this is what he said. He said, it's Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles.
And thereafter, was he, where was he placed, or what happened after this?
So at that point, of course, we all were in high alert. He's an agent. He's armed, and so the concern was, number one, he's armed. So let's get a handle of the weapon. So I asked him to walk towards me. He did. Officer Greg De La Cruz was right behind me, and I grabbed his right arm, I think, and kind of just held it on the hood. I said, just don't move. I said, this is protocol. And he was, he's like, what are y'all doing? It's a big mistake. I said, I'll explain everything in a second. Just let's handle one thing at a time. So at that time, it's when he was disarmed. And I told the officers there to go ahead and detain him and place him behind the unit.
And where was he transported?
He was later transported to the Laredo Police Department, to the Capers Division, or interview rooms, room number 2.
And who is it that transported him? Do you remember?
I believe it was Officer Lisette Castillo, and Gregorio de la Cruz as well.
Now, they were in interview room 2?
Number 2, yes.
At this time, can you explain to the jury what the sense was at LPD interview rooms? How many interview rooms do we have?
At that time, we had about 8.
Okay. Were they being utilized?
They were all full.
What was happening in these rooms?
Interviews.
With what kind of people? Who was
We-
in there?
We were talking to family members, we were talking to friends, relatives, anybody who, the spouse, or the ex-spouse of the defendant, employees, co-workers, so anybody who knew the defendant or the victim.
And were there several officers involved in these interviews, or did you conduct all the interviews?
No, we had detectives, we had mainly detectives conducting all of the interviews.
And while these interviews were being conducted, was evidence being collected or taken to the LPD department?
Yes, it was.
And did you participate in the interview for Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles?
Yes, ma'am.
Who else participated?
Myself and Detective Ernesto Elizondo.
Okay. Now, at this point, would this interview be considered a custodial interrogation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in your experience and with your training, what rights must be conveyed to a person who's going to be questioned?
Is Miranda rights.
And at this time in your career, approximately how many interviews had you conducted? More or less.
Hundreds.
May I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you States Exhibit 525 and ask you if you recognize this. Without saying recognize.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm tendering States Exhibit 525 for inspection and offering it at a trial.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted?
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
May?
This is States Exhibit 525. Will you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what,
Is it on?
yes,
The
I hit it again?
It's actually off. Turn it, you want to turn it on and off? I don't think it was that, let's see if we can get that signal again. Give me 1 second. Document imager button is pressed, so. All right.
The blue light is on.
Is it on though?
There it
Yes,
is.
there it
Yes,
is.
there it is. Again, for States Exhibit 525, will you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this document is and how it's used by LPD?
Yeah, right before our interrogations, each one of his Miranda warnings or Miranda rights are read to the defendant, and usually we'll ask him to initial each and every one just to ensure and to make sure that they acknowledge and understand their constitutional rights.
Now, will you read what's number 1?
You have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all, and that any statement you make may be used against you at trial.
Number 2?
Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court.
3?
You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during my questioning.
4?
If you are unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning.
And number 5?
And you have the right to terminate this interview at any time.
And the letters that are in bold? say
You are making this statement knowingly, intelligently, and are voluntarily waiving your rights.
And there is a signature line here.
Yes.
Did you witness the person, Mr. Burgos?
Yes, ma'am, I was present.
And did he sign this?
Yes, he did.
So these are his initials.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know which hand he used to sign?
His right hand,
And for the date and time, what does it say?
April 9, 2018, time 3:15 p.m.
Did you believe that Mr. Or Agent Burgos understood his rights?
Yes, I did.
Was he in full uniform at this time?
He had the BDUs, and I think he had the undershirt, green T-shirt that they wear underneath, and the cap.
Now, while you were in his presence, did you believe or did you understand that his law enforcement experience gave him some insight as to the Miranda rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did Mr. or Agent Burgos willingly participate in the interview?
Yes, he did.
Now, I'm going to, Your Honor, may I approach you then?
You may.
I'm going to show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 81 and ask you to recognize this.
Yes, ma'am.
Will you describe what it is?
This is the interview that we were just talking about. The pen drive. It's a pen drive containing the interview, the interrogation of Ronald Anthony Burgos.
And how do you know it's the same pen drive or USB that has this interview?
Because I initialed it and I viewed it.
And at this time, State's attending to the request for inspection and offering State's Exhibit 81.
Any objections, Mr. Peña?
No objection.
Admitted.
Now, in this interview number 2, there was an audio recording, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, a video recording.
Audio, video.
And it
yes.
was capable of recording the events as they were happening.
Yes.
Has this video been altered in any way?
No.
Are you able to identify all the participants?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Now, before we publish this, I do want to ask you, during this interview, was there a CSI investigator that entered the room?
Yes, there was. We had requested, I'm not exactly sure who, but we had requested for CSIs to come upstairs.
And so I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 27.
They asked us to change
Oh,
to computer.
then I will wait
so
till
you-
after, Your Honor.
Well, you can do it either way. We'll go back. I'm just letting you know, it's not, when you flop it over there, the computer screen's gonna be on. We can do it back. Go ahead.
Thank you. Is this Mr. Burgos in the interrogation room?
Yes, ma'am.
This is State's Exhibit 279 for the record. State's Exhibit 280.
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 281.
Yes.
Okay. What was the purpose of documenting this particular image?
For the scratches and nicks that he had on his right forearm area, right arm.
State's Exhibit 282.
Yes.
Okay. It's just a closer.
Just a closer version or view of the injury.
State's Exhibit 283.
Same thing, just even closer
What is
with
different?
with a ruler
To measure the,
to measure the size, or just to give you an idea of the size of the scratch or small laceration that he might have.
State's Exhibit 284.
Yes, just kind of displaying the redness on his knuckles and
The other side of his hand,
yes.
and that's State's Exhibit 285. State's Exhibit 286.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything that's been documented in this photo?
Yes, on the inside of his right thumb, there's like a small scratch or light laceration, maybe.
Here's State's Exhibit 287. Is that a close-up?
Yeah, it looks like the same thing, just closer.
289. Same image.
Same image with the ruler, just to give you an idea of the size.
State's Exhibit 290
Same image, just
and 291.
same image, just I think kind of just showing his fingernails, maybe how short they were.
What is it? What is the significance of short fingernails, or the importance of documenting the fingernails?
Because usually we try to, or the CSI or FIS section will try to swab for any DNA underneath the fingernail. So his were very short.
Now, Your Honor, I'm going to tender to the defendant State's Exhibit 526 for their inspection and offer them to evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Your Honor, this is a transcript.
Can you, the record, let the record.
Your Honor, this is the transcript of the interview
Oh.
that is also translates
Huh?
the portions that are in Spanish. Would the court like for us to?
Well, just, I think that you just need to follow along if, in case there is some Spanish, that you perhaps put that on. Oh, it's gonna be, we're gonna be using the video, your computer. Well, I guess just know that, make a note, I guess, for jury and argument that in fact these, whatever's in Spanish in the video will be in fact translated in the transcription exhibit number. And that way, in case somebody wants to see that at some point the translation or interpretation, I guess it would be translation, they could turn to that page. But for now, we're just gonna play the video as is.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And Cindy, since there is an exhibit with a translation, we won't have to worry about, doing the interpretation as the video goes. Thank you.
May we now publish the,
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
and there is only one sub-file, Your Honor.
One what?
One file in this,
All
in
right,
this.
thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
No, so we can start working on something, let's see how we can figure out who's gonna pick up. Your wife's name? Amy. She can pick them up, it's just a matter of like, you know. We just need a little. Yeah. Amy, last name? Burgos, yeah, Burgos.
Ah. Okay.
Detective Reyes, at the beginning of this video, what time
Can you lower your microphone?
before the interview begins,
Mhm.
was the camera capturing Mr. Burgos or Agent Burgos' behavior
Yes,
and the communications of from any LPD officers?
yes,
During this interviews, was he provided water?
yes, he was.
Allowed to go to the restroom?
I know they asked him.
Okay. What
Did
behavior?
you stop the video? Is that, you're stopping?
I believe they were working on trying to get the speaker working on it.
Okay, go ahead.
What behavior, have you reviewed this video lately?
Yes,
What type of behavior is Mr. Burgos seen doing before you and Mr. Ernie Elizondo walked in?
at times you can see that he's trying to clean off. It looks like he's trying to wipe his arms, both arms, and then he gets underneath his t-shirt, starts kind of rub his t-shirt. You know, I guess we'll see it here. I'm not sure if he licks his hands with the saliva, but he is trying to rub things off his arm and his chest specifically. And then he's talking to himself, you know, or he whispers, says things
Okay,
by himself.
thank you. Yes.
We're not gonna start it from the beginning, guys. No, you're gonna go where you were at. It's 4:50 something or other.
Yeah, because, hey, you know how much, what's up? You know how much, so we're gonna talk to him, is gonna be the, one of the guys from down there, or? Yeah, well, no, one of the detectives. So they don't have to finish. Later on, so they get here. There's one here. Oh, so we're just gonna, we'll talk to you shortly. Yeah.
Didn't work for me. Ms. Jackman,
Yes, John.
do you know when there's something that in terms of verbal conversation that come up where you can
Yes, Your
show
Honor.
the jury?
Yes, but if we may approach, Your Honor, I can show the court and the defense as to why.
At what time does it start? Do you know?
It starts at 3:09.
3?
3:09.
No, we already passed that. No.
3:09 is the time, and the timestamp, it's the time that's on the back.
You're gonna have us here for the next, what is it, 2:42, that's 18 plus 9, 27 minutes of this?
My apologies, Your Honor, but that is the entirety of.
I don't need to play the entirety of an exhibit just to hear him whisper to himself that nobody can hear or talk, or whatever it is that he may be doing or is making noises.
If,
What is the importance of that?
then if the court would allow us to read what the transcript was able to pick up, on what was said up until 3:09.
Who prepared the transcript?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Approach, please. Yeah, they got it, thank you.
Next would be 527.
And before we turn the video back on, may I approach Detective
Go ahead.
Reyes? I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 527 and ask you if you know what this document is. What is the title of that document?
This is for the child support. What's the title? It contains, what's the title? I guess it's child support. They're filing for child support.
And I'm going to be offering State's Exhibit 527. It is a certified copy of the petition to establish the parent-child relationship, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
And we'll publish it after. Is it? No, no, that way we don't have to switch. I'll publish it.
Go ahead.
Okay, may we proceed, Your Honor?
Yeah,
Are you going to be calling? Detective Reyes, what is it that Mr. Burgos is doing at approximately 2:49 and 14 seconds in the video?
It looks like he's inspecting his arms and looking for cuts. Start swiping again if he sees something.
Thank you.
Objection, Your Honor, may I approach?
I'm just worrying about my kids, about your kids. What? Can I just like call my wife, man, like whatever phone, I just tell her, hey, when you get out, pick them up. I might be. What time does she get out? She gets out at 4. At 4. And the kids will find that or can't? They can stay in school, you know, have like that limit. But I could just leave a message, you know, if she doesn't answer. I mean, give me a second. Is that a possibility or? Yeah, just give me a second. Let me just figure out exactly what we're gonna do. How about that? All right. Thank you, man. Is that a cruiser? No, yeah, I was calling him out here.
No, I'm gonna use the video.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Do you need something? With your office for La Cruz? La Cruz? Yeah. Okay. Are you gonna be the one talking to me or? No, sir. Do you need something? Something I can help you with? I was asking him about my, if I could make a phone call or a deal. No. Okay. There's gonna be a possibility. Yeah. You know what's gonna happen with my guys? He said that they're gonna bring them in too. They'll answer all those questions a little bit, sir. Just bear with us, right? It's cause it's taking forever and I'm getting intriguing answers, you know. Relax. It's hard to relax. It's hard to relax. I understand. It's all a lot of things at once. So relax. They'll be right with you. You'll be able to talk to somebody. They'll answer all your questions. Let me see if I can get somebody in here so they can start talking to you and answer whatever your questions you have. All right? Is that cool? Appreciate it. Thanks.
Judge, I'm all for the state skipping to the what they believe the relevant parts, but if we could just put it on the record as to where is being advanced.
Okay, that's good.
It's now being advanced to 309, where Ernie Elizondo and
309 of the actual time of the day, right?
39 minutes, 40 seconds. 39 minutes, 40 seconds.
All right, thank you. 39:47, thank you.
How you doing, boys? You guys keep giving me the run.
Nah, we're good.
We're not trying to do that. We're just trying to get it, you know. Oh yeah, you guys really are. Like I told the guy, can I just make arrangements so somebody pick up my kids? Yeah. Okay, we will. Come on.
What time do you get out?
Yeah, they were yelling. Why? I mean, 1,500. Do you have family members that can do that, or do you have? My wife, that's the only one that can pick them up. Okay. Does she work somewhere, or? Okay. I guess before we start this process, we definitely want to arrange that, so, what's your wife's name? Amy Woods. Amy Woods. What's her telephone number? So sorry. Her telephone number? 863. 242. 9. That's because she's got a new one and it's 9781, I think. 9781? Yeah, it might not be it. It's just barely the only one. Okay. But I have it on my phone. Somebody has my phone. You can look it up. Yeah, definitely. Do patrolman to take your phone for me?
Yeah, it's at the scene there.
Oh.
Try to recall it on them.
Alright, well, we'll communicate that right now. Does she work somewhere? Yes. On it or? On the bridge. She's customs or? Well, where they at school or they at daycare? One is at David and one's at school. I was gonna ask you, can I just call her myself?
Okay, we're gonna get some assistance to do that right now. I think that it's important that we get to this right now, for starters. Do you think that's the number for sure? What time did she get out? I guess at 4 p.m.? Did she not know to go get the kids, or is it your turn?
I know because I get out before her. Well, I mean, we get out at the same time, but,
What daycare or?
I'm closer.
What daycare, yeah.
Little learning center, I know much years.
So, I mean, the main concern now is you want someone to go get her, right? To go get the kids. So, it's okay if I call her to tell her, hey, look, okay, look,
But, you know, furthermore, I mean, if you don't show up, then obviously they're gonna be calling you or your wife, you know? You go, that's not, yeah, if she answers, they're calling her. Yeah. I think it's similar to the rest of us, I know that. Some of the things stuff that I can't answer my wife, so they have one.
what's your last name?
Amy,
Amy? Amy?
we know I just stand while you're right, if they don't show, they're gonna call her, so, you know,
Yeah, I'll be very good at that.
Yeah, you know, let's just get to it, man, because it's fucking.
Alright, well, I mean, obviously, you know, we've been together all morning long, so you know where this is stemming from. And, you know, the only thing we can do is try and get everybody's side of the story. Because obviously, you know, you're here and we transported you from the scene that we're at, right? So at this point, I think it's pretty clear that, you know, you've not been allowed to leave.
Yeah, I'm on the rest.
So, you know, it's still an investigation, we're trying to figure out all the details.
Yeah.
But we need to hear everybody's side of the story, you know?
So is it true that you arrested the other guys or what?
No, right now we're working with
The other guy told me.
You're detained right now. You're not free to leave. You're
I
not.
understand, but it's only that the other guy.
No. What other guys?
My older buddies are with him.
No, sir.
What we're doing right now is we're investigating. No one's, you know, being unlawfully detained.
Like I told you,
We're just trying to do is get all the facts of it.
Yeah, but the other guy told me your other buddies too.
No, don't worry about it. I mean, whatever answers that you need that are gonna be accurate, you're gonna end up getting from us. Because, but before we start all that, you know, obviously you know your status in the situation, but we do need to get all the details and we want to get everybody's side of the story. So, but before we do any of that stuff, I mean, I think you're pretty much aware that we need to review the other points. And to get your side of the story, we need you to make sure that you understand these points. You have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all, and that any statement you make can be used against you in your trial. You understand that?
Sir?
Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court. You understand? You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during any questioning. Do you understand that? Yes. Okay. If you're unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning. You understand that, right? Yes. Okay. And you have the right to terminate this interview at any time. All right. Any statements that you make, you're making them knowingly, you're making them intelligently, and you're voluntarily waiving your rights if you wish to seek those. I think that we need to get your side of the story, you know, we need to make sure that you understand your rights. Signature.
Did anybody call the station to let them know?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
You don't have to talk to by any chance?
You mean your supervisors?
So I come to that guy Luis that you mentioned.
It's 3:15 p.m. The correct time right now is 3:15 p.m. Your correct name for the record is Burgos, I'm sorry, Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles. Yes. Date of birth is 4/19 of 89. And your location at home is 11307 Pedrosa Street, Laredo, Texas. So you're a veteran.
So, I'm arrested, right?
As of now, we're interviewing, you know, we want to find out all the details of the case. I
We
think
don't
that.
know everything.
Yeah, we don't know anything.
Just tell me the truth.
Well, we know right now.
Don't sugarcoat anything?
Don't sugarcoat shit, man, because
You're being legally detained right now, pending an investigation. What we know right now is that you showed up to the scene and there's a dead person. Why don't we start from that? Why don't we start from when you arrived and you discovered what you discovered? Are you a morning shift person? Did you come in the morning?
yes.
Okay, what time did you show up to work?
5:15 is the time that I show up.
5:15 in the morning, and then I think you guys do muster?
Yes.
At 6 a.m.?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and then what happened after that? You guys muster for about how long?
I don't know how long, it depends on what the information is gonna be and all that morning.
And then were you assigned your location to go work? Was it, at the location where you're at?
No, it was the, what they call the river supervisor.
The river supervisor? So you basically can roam distances, anywhere between where and where? Because these guys don't have X's, right? They kind of stay in a position, and then you can go up and down the area?
Nobody's on something.
Oh, I'm sorry, I mean, I already don't know.
No, yeah, at our station, anybody can move.
Okay.
So.
Well, I mean, based on some of the agents that we were talking to that were over there earlier, that they said, oh, well, I'm working from
Oh, yeah,
here.
you can sign like a piece.
A piece, okay.
But then you're
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
you can move around that.
And in your particular situation, you're not assigned
I just supervise them.
Okay, so you don't have a piece, you have a long
I have them.
stretch.
I have them.
Okay, and how long is your stretch from where to where is your stretch?
There's no stretches. I don't know.
Like your jurisdiction, how far does it run from?
Your area of responsibility.
Your area, yeah.
It's my whole station area, like the whole sector.
Okay.
So from Colombia all the way down to where we found you,
To pass that,
further down, further south?
And so what happened next, you were put on duty, how did you end up where you ended up? Did you go, was that your first encounter, kind of like going towards?
no, I went to go to Mango. I was told, picked up some paperwork from the other day. I hung around the station for a little bit.
Let's just do like a little timeline, okay? You wrote a memo, you were at the station until what time? Just an approximate.
I can't tell you that, man.
7, 8,
I can't,
9?
I wasn't aware of the time. It's just, it's such so routine that you don't even think like, okay, this time on this time that, you know.
Okay.
So you left the station, do you go have breakfast or you kind of get to it real quick? Okay. So you left the station after doing your administrative duties and then did you head to the Burbanks kind of thing or?
Yeah, I drove towards the World Trade Bridge
From where?
from the station.
What station do you report to, sir?
Laredo.
Which is Shiloh?
No, Pearson.
Rikers. Oh, way up there, okay. They have to do this by now.
Like up river on the World Trade Bridge.
Okay.
I hung out around there. Saw a couple guys, talked to them, whatever.
Forfeiture agents? Okay.
And I just kept working it down the river, you know, like going south. South, you know. Okay.
Yeah, so I mean,
So that's
you
just
gotta ask me what you want.
Okay, so you started working south, right? And then eventually you ended up where we saw you,
Yes,
right?
yes,
And that's the last place, that's where you ended up,
yes.
okay? So what happened while you were there in that area where we found you?
You wanna know what happened?
Yeah.
I went to the park. When I was going down there, I went to the park. I just did a loop. Made up with Lara. Talked to him for a little bit. And then
Another agent, or is that?
I just talked to him, I told him that I had to go because the station I was calling me to go to the station. And then that's when I drove on that railroad, and that's where, you know,
So what?
that's where I saw stuff, you know, the body.
And
And after that, you already know the story about it.
so you found, how many bodies you find?
I just saw that one person.
Just,
So I saw that one person. I just saw the legs at first, right, because it's like, I'm really know this, so I was a little.
yeah, or,
So when I got out, I ran there. At first I kind of freaked out. I grabbed my handheld, I ran in there, like, you know, what's that called? There's an acronym for it. You know, you gotta make sure first, you know.
yeah, each other,
you gotta-
shaker, waker.
Whatever. I try to figure out her pulse in her neck. And then, on her hand. Then at that time, I fucking shit, you know. Cause I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I mean, I know You were?
I thought it was just, yeah, I thought it was somebody that got beat up because they didn't pay on the other side to cross. Nothing crazy, you know, they get their ass beat,
Yeah.
whatever.
And so when you tried shaking her, I mean, what were you thinking about? Obviously, you could tell it's a female.
Yeah, I mean, I could tell it was a female, but it was hard to beat, you know, so, because she was sitting down.
And you had like a failed attempt to kind of bring her through the noise because.
Well, at the same time, simultaneously, like on the radio, I was, you know, like, as all this is going on, I already say, you know, I need your help, come over here. And he was like, probably from where that door that we came up the stairs to where we are right now, that's how far where we were.
Yeah, right.
So he just, I don't know if you saw what the units were.
Yeah, where the soccer field's at.
Yeah, so he got there, you know, it's hard for me to remember step by step, man, so I'm trying to give it to you, some details, so I think I can.
It's a difficult situation, but we just kind of want you to do the best possible, you know, whatever you
You
can.
know, and I was like, you know,
Get it off your chest.
the other guy said, "You're alright, man." I'm like, "Yeah." I said, "What happened?" I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, and that was on the radio. The fucking leak. I was being a little asshole. Cause I'm like, "Can I get EMS here?" They're like, "Well, for what? What is the situation?" I'm like, "I don't know. Just get them in here." They're like, "Well, I need to get, you know, what do you need EMS for?" I'm like, "I don't know what's going on right now. You know, just get them here."
That was on the radio?
I was on the radio.
But were you transmitting to the fellow blood? I mean, that was female down kind of thing, or how?
It's because the thing is, one thing that was going through my head is that I didn't want to make it sound that serious because we have a tendency that whenever we put stuff, anything, usually not stuff like that barely ever happens, but if we put anything exciting, everybody shows up. And I didn't want everybody to show up. And they did anyways. The helicopter showed up. When it's all down. You know what I'm saying? So,
Everybody wants to help, you know, everybody wants to be part of the.
I was trying to keep that. I just said this is a subject in need of assistance. So it's like, I think that's like the word that I use. Not to make it seem, I didn't want to say like, that's dead body, you know, that's dead people.
Did you say anything else about your injuries?
I didn't say shit because I didn't say. Okay, well, I can't remember saying anything in the radio. I didn't, no, I can't remember, I'm pretty sure.
I got you, but what would be the big deal about you, you know, arousing everybody's suspicion and people showing up and say, oh, you have a dead body there? What would be the issue of that?
This is my issue. My issue is that we as Blue Patrollians, we don't know jack shit about crime scene shit.
Right.
And which we did, which my buddies did. We show up there and what do? We start walking around all over, you know, leaving our prints, everybody, you know, we don't, and as they have told me before, one of the things, in a situation like this, they have told us supervisors, if you get into a situation like this, say a car accident, or any situation where there's somebody like hurt, let's get the least people as possible. And I actually remember saying on the radio, Lara's here with me, and if there's anybody else responding, stand by. And it's because Lara was on the training, so there was 3 of us there. So at least, well, I guess I was worried about, man, having the less people, it felt better, you know?
So you were trying to preserve the crime scene?
Preserve, well, yeah, and as you can tell, you can fucking work.
I think in this particular situation, I mean, you know, you're showing up and it's, you know, you're thinking that, oh, she's probably assaulted from someone that she didn't want to pay or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, she's lifeless. It looks like a violent attack. You know, I think it's necessary to get on the radio and say, hey, you know, female down, possibly deceased. You know, EMT and police. You know.
I understand that, but also I've been told before, we don't make determinations if somebody's deceased or not. It might be obvious, you know what I'm saying? She might have her head cut off.
Yeah.
But until somebody with a certification with the authority to say they're deceased, I'm not gonna say it's deceased because I don't know. She could have been unconscious for all I know, and then I'm over here saying that.
I know, but you know better than that.
No, I know,
right?
I know, no, but it's not that I know better than that, it's black and white. Who am I to say so-and-so was dead, or
So
so-and-so.
I'm just saying, I mean, considering the amount of blood that was around this girl, and she was face down, you know that, that's common sense, it's not a matter of policy or any of that.
Ms. Jackman.
I know, fine, but still, you want me to be saying on the radio, like, hey, there's a lot of blood, there's a subject down, there's another blood.
No, you
What good
could
is that
say
for
it's
you?
not possibly disease.
What everybody said,
Right.
it don't matter. What matters is that I got there, I said I need EMS, we have a subject in assistance, and that should tell to send them there regardless. I asked for backup, my backup showed up.
Your backup was Lara,
Lara and Smith.
and they walked over to where you were at,
They showed up where I was.
and then what happened there? I'll show you.
Well, by the time that Lara showed up, which was like real quick, I was.
Yeah, he was right next to you, he was like,
Yeah, he tapped her also, and he's like, what do you think happened? And Lara is an ex-military guy, so I kind of like, what do you say that? Like I was, instead of me being like the one in charge, I kind of like
of training. I'm in the military too, but I don't have that type of training he has. And he's like, I don't know, he started saying like, what could it be? It looks like dogs bit her. I don't know. He started saying all kinds of stuff, and which I don't really should, it doesn't matter what he said.
No, that's not the opinion, you gotta discuss it,
And, at the time, we kept tapping, I think, I don't know, I'm freaking saying that I said, because I think he felt her pull also, and I asked him what do you think, and then I'm like, he's like, I don't know, it's really hard for me to tell because of the position it was, so we attempted to move her. But then at that time, I kind of realized, you know what, man, we're touching this chick with no gloves.
Who moved who grabbed her?
Me, both of us.
So who grabbed her from where? Where did you grab her from?
I don't know, I think I grabbed her by the shirt, shoulder, like, cause, like this, like that, in the arm, and I don't know what he got, I just saw his hands.
And so when you did that, how far did you all get up when you got to there?
Probably like this. It was pretty quick because then I realized that when we were touching her with no gloves, so at that time he told his trainee, you have any gloves? And the trainee had gloves, he's a police trainee, so. Obviously,
And so he put his gloves on and he moved her again?
we put gloves on, and fuck, man, I can't remember then. I think after that, man, I think I told her, bro, just don't touch her, man, because at that time I was saying like, man, don't touch her because I kind of like already the whole she might be gone started sinking. I'll be honest with you, I know you probably think that I should have fucking known whatever. But at the time, man, I didn't know she could be unconscious. I've seen people pass out because they walk 4 miles with no water and you think they're dead. And then when they freaking take them to the hospital, they freaking put an IV and they just have to wrap them or passed out. I know, man. I know you can call fucking these bullshit, man, but like,
Yeah, I do.
But in this particular case,
I know, man. But fuck, man. I mean, this. I didn't fucking think it. He fucking said, I don't think she's gone yet.
But when you, let me go back real quick, when you, I know you said you grabbed her like maybe twice, right? 2 or 3 times? Did you have gloves on every time? The first time you didn't? Second time you did? No? Every time?
When I put my gloves on, you know what? That's why I said I don't want to touch her anymore.
Okay.
Same for him.
So then I'm assuming that you washed your hands after
Yes, I guess
you got the bacterial stuff? Or?
yeah, that I had water in my throat, that I washed my hands there.
Okay.
And I told the guys, hey, we'll see too for exposure because we touched her bare.
Okay.
so in this particular situation, you're not seeing that she's passed out because of heat exposure. You're seeing because there's blood force trauma. And it's pretty clear. From the moment that I showed up.
Blood force trauma as well as what?
I mean, when there's blood everywhere, urine of blood, pool of blood, usually that's a sign.
I think that was a discussion that we had with you and with Lara and with Smith. Was like, hey, there's blood here, there's blood here, there's blood here. Like, well, let's make the crime scene bigger.
Well, that was them. That was Lara, the one that was making those calls because, like I said, he's the one that knows a little bit more.
Yeah, no, definitely. And we agreed with him when we showed up. We were there 10 seconds when we said, wow, there's blood.
At the time when I was there, I didn't know it was blood force trauma. I didn't know that shit,
Yeah, well, we don't know yet, we're just assuming because of the type of blood.
And I know you think it's fucking bullshit, man. You can tell me to my face, but at the time, man, I thought she got beat up, and I didn't. In my head, man, I wasn't thinking what happened. Did she got shot in the head? Did she got freaking? Because I said something about dogs because there was a guy walking with dogs or some shit like that.
Yeah.
He mentioned the dog thing at that moment when that thing was going on. I wasn't thinking none of that shit.
You're getting me wrong. I'm not saying that you're supposed to know what she had. The only thing we're saying is that just by looking at her, you know that it's a serious injury, whether it's a chingazo on the head or whether, she was assaulted with something else. That's all I'm saying.
And you should have known that she was there.
I would say you should have known she was dead either.
You made it sound like you're like, come on, man, you should have known better.
No, you should have known that it was pretty dang serious.
I knew it was serious, but I told her, you don't want to put in the radio that somebody dead,
Right.
because like.
Okay, well, we got that. We clarified that.
Alright.
Okay.
So, Burgos, you guys move her a couple of times, no doubt. Yes. Did you get a good look at her? Did you say, did you say at one point, who's this female?
No, look, I'm trying to show you how far removed it was like this. You know, it was, and then her hair was down and all that shit, you know.
So that was a failed attempt, you said, okay, you rid them, you know,
Yeah.
kind of messing with this situation.
At that time,
And then-
at that time, I
and
said.
then what happened next?
The more we moved, the more.
Between the three of you, what happened next?
We did a sweep,
What is it?
like, we went into like the surrounding areas, like, just in case it was, I don't know, somebody.
Cameras there, okay.
Yeah.
In your separate directions, or?
Yeah.
One direction, they went in another direction?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what happened with your sweep?
We found shoes, which I found a shoe, I didn't think anything of it. I found shoes all the time from the aliens, didn't think anything, just grabbed it, looked at it to make sure I didn't look over, put it down. Found a stroller, same thing, you know, I looked at it, I grabbed it, whatever, didn't get anything of it. Things continued to sweep. We went back, there was another shoe, looking at the same one that I found. And that's the one that, you know.
You found both shoes?
Yeah, that's what I was like, you know what? This shoe here looks like the other one. And it was like pretty cold, so I grabbed it and I put it down the dirt road, and that was that white one that was there.
You grabbed both shoes?
The first one I grabbed and I didn't think anything of it because it was like far away. It was like maybe like 15, 20
Oh,
miles away.
okay, so the furthest
So,
shoe is
so,
what you grab.
so that one I grabbed it, but it was like 30 feet away. Don't fucking quote me on it like I'm freaking, like I'm giving you exact distances, because I'm just giving you so you can visualize it, right? Didn't think anything of it, I put it down, right?
Yeah.
Walk back, get doing the sweep area, all that stuff. Found a stroller, didn't think anything of it again, because like I said, there's always trash all over that place. Went back to Rada, and I told him what I saw. And where he was at, in the area of the brush, that's where I saw the other shoe. He didn't see what I saw. And I grabbed it, I was like, this is like the other shoe, man. And he's like, it might be hers, man, because she's missing two shoes, so that's why I freaking put it. And it was like pretty cold, so I grabbed it, and I put it down the dirt road, and that was that white one that was there.
You grabbed both shoes?
The first one I grabbed, and I didn't think anything of it, because it was like far away. It was like maybe like 15, 20 feet away.
Okay, so the furthest shoe is what you grabbed.
So that one I grabbed it, but it was like 30 feet away. Don't fucking quote me on it like I'm freaking, like I'm giving you exact distances, because I'm just giving you so you can visualize it, right? Didn't think anything of it, I put it down, right?
Yeah.
Walk back, get doing sweep area, all that stuff. Found a stroller, didn't think anything of it again, because like I said, there's always trash all over that place. Went back to Rada, and I told him what I saw. And where he was at, in the area of the brush, that's where I saw the other shoe. He didn't see what I saw. And I grabbed it, I was like, this is like the other shoe, man. And he's like, it might be hers, man, because she's missing two shoes, so that's why I can put it there on the phone, you know.
So you put one shoe back to where she's at, and then the other one stays where?
The other one, I just stayed away, and my mind totally forgot about that one.
So you discovered her, you discovered both shoes, you discovered the stroller, this is prior to us getting here, at least?
I can't remember if the police was there, I'll be honest. You know what, when I discovered I think EMS is already there, EMS, but I can't remember, no, you guys show up later, but I know you two show up later.
Yeah. No, well, usually it's the patrol division, that's the uniform?
Yeah, they showed up,
Yeah.
Then I went.
What else did you find in your search when you're doing your perimeter search?
That's all I found. Somebody else found the other boy. So I'm leaving.
What is this?
I didn't see a body. I heard it was a kid that went to the area.
How old do you think the kid was? What age did you say?
They said below one.
Alright. Was that an odd situation for you? Female, baby, a stroller? In that particular area, are they usually flock?
To me, it's business, man. There's a park there, there's a soccer field there. It's hot for regular traffic. You know?
But where she was discovered, she was a little bit off the beaten path. They normally stay in the site?
They go all over that place. All
being paid,
Yeah, but when she was unpaid,
it wasn't paid, but it's still going. It's not.
they still walked that
I
trail.
don't know if I told you when we were there, talking, we saw a runner. We saw a jogger.
Yeah, but in this particular case, there's a woman fairly like our age with a stroller and a 1-year-old,
True.
and a difficult place for us to even walk with.
I don't know, man.
Us.
I don't run in the freaking, in the trails and in Montague, by the river.
Right.
You know, I run the street.
Right.
There's people that run through there, there's people that walk their dogs, like they're having the dog, and there's people that whatever, so to be honest with you, to me, seeing somebody there, why would I be suspicious about a female with a stroller in there, you know, fine. There's really zero suspicion in that area.
When you all discovered the shoes and the stroller, PD hadn't arrived yet.
I can't remember. I know EMS was there, man. I can't remember if PD had arrived or they were just getting there. I know the helicopter was flying.
Do you think that situation where you discovering body, shoes, stroller, that situation kind of heightened your concern, like, oh man, this is bad. You know, they didn't call, like, we need to set up a perimeter. What if there's the bad guys in there? You know, it looks like a very violent situation.
I had already told the guys, let's set up a perimeter. Or perimeter turning into a perimeter search. Because if there's bad guys hiding, the last thing I want to be is like me, Lyle, and Smith standing like this, all three making a freaking easy target or something like when we all freaking put together.
When you guys were kind of turning her over and doing what you could for her, outside, was there any attempt to identify her to see who she was?
No.
That kind of curious to you is like who's
To me, man, at the time, I was just like, I didn't even want to meet up across them.
Alright, so you, this is business is normal for you, right? Because you see this a lot. So let's get past that because I don't think you're gonna say, I mean, that's what your story is. So let's get past, why did you end up over there where the car was?
There was one of you guys, one of the older guys. He was giving me the rundown. He was telling me that they were gonna take pictures of our units, the drone or whatever, and asked me who's the guy in charge. He said, I am. So I'm like, all right. So I'll stick with him. Because anything that I get from my end, I'll tell him, and anything that he gets from his end, he'll tell me.
So you obviously saw the scene and now you saw the car. Putting all that together, what does that mean to you? The car didn't mean anything to you? Any suspicion about who the car is, or who could be driving it, or who could it belong to?
Nothing. Nothing at the time. Nothing at all.
What about now?
Now, my head is.
And what's your head telling you? What are you thinking?
You're gonna have to ask me.
Who is it?
I'm not sure.
Who do you think it is?
I'm not sure, man.
I think you got something right there, that you want to get off your chest.
I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
Or do you think that it was somebody that resembles the person? Who do you think it would be?
It's not that it resembles somebody because I do not see the person's
Okay,
face.
then the car resembles something?
The car, the Mercedes, it kind of like rings a bell,
Okay.
but I don't want to say anything because because on the side of for a fact.
No, but leave it up to us to verify if it's true or not. All we're asking for is, your opinion, who the car does it look like?
I don't want to give you my opinion on that because I don't know for sure. I don't want to be saying stupid shit.
No, nothing we say here is stupid unless you lie to us.
No, but what I mean, I don't want to be saying, how do I say this?
Who do you think the car belongs to, Louis? Who do you think it belongs to? You've seen it before.
Yeah, I saw it today.
Whose car is it?
I don't know whose car it is.
Who do you think it is? I mean, based on your feeling earlier, you think it's someone's car.
I don't know whose car it is.
See, I mean, he's being a little more patient, man. I'm gonna lose my patience here with you real quick, man.
You can lose your patience.
Yeah, because I want you to be honest with us. We've got you a chance You know, gave you a chance to come here and tell us the truth about everything that happened today. We really know a lot more than you think we know. We know who came in from the cameras. We know what time the car got there. We know what time you went in. You know, we only 2 vehicles that were parked that were pulled into that place. Right? The owner of the car, and we know who she is. You know who she is. You have a baby with her. So, I mean, we want to know, now you tell me, explain that to me. Well, you tell me who you have a baby with.
You said that. You said you have a baby with her.
Right.
With her.
Right.
With her.
Well, you tell me. I'm asking you.
I know. Who's her?
You tell me.
Who's her?
Who's the car? Whose car is it?
Whose car is it?
Right.
I don't know whose car it is. Because we're investigating a deceased person. Well, you're asking me a question, but I don't know the answer. If you want to ask me something.
Okay, well, okay, let me ask you this. Are you married?
Yes.
Okay, do you have a baby with another girl?
I don't know. Well, that's a good question. I don't know.
Well,
I can't.
that's a stupid answer.
You mean.
What do you mean you don't know? You answer no, bud.
There's no playing around with this.
You know, we're talking adult homicide. Do you have a baby with someone else? Yes or no? Muy simple.
You gotta make it easier for yourself, almost. You gotta make it easier for yourself. It makes the situation worse.
I know where you're going, but the yes or no questions, it's not that simple. It's not like I gotta tell you
Well,
yes or no.
Mira, listen, asking you if you have a baby with someone other than your wife is a yes or no. I'm not gonna judge you. I don't give a damn. I'm just asking you, do you have a child with somebody else?
It's because I don't know. Twice already, somebody said they're pregnant of me.
Who are those females that have told you twice already that they said they're pregnant by you? Can someone tell us?
One is Lindsay.
Who?
Lindsay.
Lindsay who?
I don't know her name.
That's her nickname, Lindsay, or?
That's her. That's how.
Okay.
That's
Is she Latina? Is she whatever?
Actually, that's a Laredo chick. Yeah, Lindsay.
How old is she, most of us?
Like 24, 23.
And the other girl?
And the other one was in Greece.
Chris? Chris what?
That's all I know too. These are just some females that I met. It's not
Where does
like-
Lindsay live?
I don't know. I met, like I said, man, I met them out.
Lindsay, where does she work?
San Antonio, some department store now.
Okay, so she used to live in Laredo, now she lives in South China.
She was like back and forth.
Okay, and then, what was that other?
Grizz.
Grizz? How old is she?
That's all I know. Her.
How old is she?
That was like 23, 24. That's when I met him. I don't know about now, but I was
Okay,
like.
so what did she do for a living? Don't you talk right now?
I don't know.
When was the last time you saw either one of these girls?
Lindsay, I saw a couple months ago, maybe a couple weeks ago.
Like a social setting or just on the street somewhere?
Social.
Social.
We hung out.
You hung out? Does she appear to be that person that you saw on the floor?
No.
What about the second one?
The second one
Se pasa ella?
resembles her.
It resembles her? Did she have a child recently?
Yes.
How old is the baby? The child?
1 year and a half.
About a year and a half?
Yeah.
What does she normally drive?
When I met her, she drove a truck 2-3 years ago.
2 years old?
Drove a truck.
So you've been seeing her on the side from your wife?
That was 2-3 years ago. Me and my wife, we had issues. You know, she had left me. She went out to Florida. You know,
And then she came back?
yeah, she came back. Whatever.
But over a year with Grace? You're with Grace when she came back or no?
No.
How long ago did you break up with Grace?
We were never anything.
Oh, okay. Just social dating?
Just 2 chicks, never anything.
Okay.
It was just like I met them.
But it was intimate relationship, sex?
It's just
Yeah.
friends with benefits, right?
Now you understand what I'm telling you. Like I don't know for sure
Yeah.
because it's not like how you think.
But that's why you gotta explain.
Well, yeah. But when I told you no, you freaking went off on me.
When you told me no what?
That
Why should I know what?
you told me, oh baby, yes or no.
Well, it's a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question because it's like
Well, I mean, you're still trying to blame me by guys still carrying on a little relationship?
We started to talk, you know, yeah.
Was, trying to ask you, what's your cell phone number?
863,
863?
who's asking?
I'm asking.
242,
242?
581,
58?
81.
So, your telephone number for Antonio Aviles is known by the mother of the victim.
Okay.
Okay? So go from there. Where am I? Just get it off your chest, brother. Just get it off your chest.
Good work. So you gotta ask him.
You're the victim's mother, which is grieving beyond anything you can imagine.
Okay.
Right now, is saying that your name is this and your phone number is this, which is the same thing you provided me.
Yeah, that's true.
So we know the identity of that person and the child.
Okay.
Tell us what happened
With what?
with the incident that you discovered. Are you telling me it's a coincidence that you discovered
A person dying.
a lady that you know that died, that was murdered?
It was a coincidence?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty.
Is there any chance that this child could be yours?
What, like I was telling you, you wouldn't let me finish my story. You know?
Sorry.
Alright, so back to Lindsay and Griggs, I know them. That's how they know me, right? I'm not denying that I don't know Lindsay and Griggs. Now, do I possibly know for sure I was Gris over there or Lindsay? I don't know because I didn't take
I
it.
just told you.
I'm talking like at the moment,
Okay.
you know, because that's what you guys are wondering, like how come well you already the person or whatever, this and that.
Right.
You know, I didn't have a freaking, I didn't have a clue
Okay.
who the person was. It was me and that when we showed there, and like I was like,
So y'all were together, y'all discovered the body together?
yes.
Okay, so.
Well, I saw it first.
Right, and then you radio for that, right? So you were by yourself over there?
Yeah, and it was like about 10 seconds, 15 seconds, maybe even less than that when he showed
So
up.
you think we should be looking at louder for this or what?
Why?
Because
Why
he
are
did it.
you not looking for?
Because he discovered it?
No, like, did you hear what I said? You guys need to stop playing like the little runaround, like little tricks.
No, but we're asking you.
No, you're the one playing that,
I'm not playing
you're playing tricks.
I'm not playing tricks. I'm
You're the one that's not telling us the truth. What do you think? You think that all of this stuff is coincidence? You're the spouse there, you're the one that finds her, and then the little 1-year-old, 1.5-year-old is found right across from her, right? We were told that you were supposed to meet Grizz at the park.
I wasn't supposed to be shit, no one.
So everyone was lying about that.
The last time I talked to her was about maybe like a week ago. Check her phones, man.
Oh, we're gonna check you, actually, don't worry about it. Anything we need, we're gonna check you.
Stop thinking about the movies, stop thinking about any potential moves. It's not,
You need to stop fucking thinking of this little game. If you fucking think I'm fucking guilty, then why are you fucking talking to me then?
Because we're gonna give you an opportunity to talk.
Well, don't give me fucking shit then, because you guys.
What do you mean fucking shit? We're interviewing you. That's what we're doing. This is our fucking job.
You guys are fucking pissing me off.
Oh, you think we give a damn? There's 2 dead bodies over there. Hey, give a damn? Hey, you think we'll give a shit?
Okay, then.
Man up. Roll some nuts, man. Tell us what happened.
I already told you what happened.
You didn't tell us a damn thing. I told you what coincidences. You walk by and you see a 2 dead bodies there, and it just happens to be one of the girls that you have a relationship with?
Years ago?
You just saw her 2 or 3 weeks ago.
And so what?
And so what? You still talk to her?
Yes, I talked to her.
Right.
Just like I talked to my
Right.
sister. So what you're saying is that because of that, you're saying.
Oh, and then some, and then some. I believe you did. I believe you did.
All right.
I mean, let's not think about us, let's not think about you. You know, the victims are gone. They're gone. The worst possible way. Right now,
I was out there working, man.
What's that?
How the heck
It's la familia de
how do you
The
go
sister.
did all this?
mom, sister, extended family.
You know? Listen, you guys are.
Buenos.
You're killing us too.
Buenos. Look at me. Sincerity. You know, we're a law enforcement agency. All of us, both of us. Border Patrol, PD, out of scene, like this. It's gonna come out that you're the suspect in this case.
That's fine.
This is bigger than me and you. This is bigger than both departments. And
we're sitting here trying to be who's tougher than you, bro.
No, it's not that.
The faster that you can put it in front of you and get in front of it, and then you get in front of it. Because the case, it speaks for itself. But the faster that you, Burgos, can get in front of it, and then the easier it'll be for you and your family. Think about your family, stop thinking about yourself.
Hold on a second, hold on a second.
Sure, go ahead.
Hold on a second. That's a lot.
Yeah, I'll get you some more.
Is that your water bottle?
It was.
¿Piénsalo bien, dude? Where's your immediate family? You got immediate family here or back in Puerto Rico? Or how long have you been here in Laredo? About 8? Look, man, I'm gonna tell you something, but I ain't gonna smoke up your ass either. Everybody has issues, man, domestic issues, everybody. Something's happened, something set you off, something. People just don't wanna see that you did it just cause you fucking hated her or just cause you were, no, something happened,
I
man.
don't hate her.
Okay?
Every time I talk to her, it's fine. We joke around. You know, we fuck around all the time. We fucking joke around, whatever. She was a fucking cool chick, man. Right? I didn't know her. You know, she did tell me that she thought she had a baby of mine. A long time ago. I mean, whenever the heck, you know, a year and a half ago, whatever, and it stayed like that, you know? It's staying like I think.
So she never confirmed or denied it? She never confirmed or denied it?
She always used to say, yeah, it's yours, whatever. But it was never like proven for real, you know, like we never went to that, like, you know, we never did. That's why I'm telling you that I can't answer you yes or no, because I'm telling you yes. You're saying that I know, but do I really know? No, just because she says so, she says, you know, is your baby.
Have you ever bothered to go and look at the child? You never? Why? Just because you were afraid that it might be? I mean, I'm not gonna judge you, I just wanna know why, because believe me, people don't wanna know why. I mean, if someone tells me, hey, you know what, I'm gonna have your baby, damn, even if I don't really care about that person, I'm gonna man up and take care of my kid, but yeah, I'm gonna need that, if you ask for DNA, or I'm gonna go visit to see. A long time ago, about like a year ago, year and a half ago?
Yeah, I was thinking,
Not very much, so how old are you now? You're 27.
26, whatever.
26.
I was, you know.
So you were in denial then?
Having problems, always being hidden, everything I saw, whatever. So to me, it was just like, you always trying to figure, you know.
You see your hand problems and hitting everything you saw, what does that mean?
You know, like.
Tapping?
Having sex.
Oh, so it's not getting the water.
Having sexual intercourse with random females.
Well, I mean, like I said, we're not judging on all that.
So like I told you, it's been fucking, me and her, we've been cool.
So then what happened today, man? What happened today?
Look, man.
You talked to the family, we have the phone. No. You haven't heard it.
But
Just need your story.
That's not gonna keep us drunk, you're gonna come, go ahead, say something and I'll tell you something.
There were some phone calls that I remember, by the body. There were 2 phones.
What I'm talking about is that we have your phone and we have her phone.
Oh,
That's gonna just be put together, okay?
And that's fine.
Her family's saying that she went to go meet you, man. They know that you went to go meet her. They know. Ella les dijo a ellos, Mom, I'm gonna go meet,
Okay.
you know?
Look, what I know on my side, I don't know what she says over there. I really don't know. But I know that I wasn't the only one, alright?
Burgos with the protect person. I mean, that you can't twist it, you can't twist that.
I mean, just put this, hey, I know you can't put yourself in our shoes right now,
I can't.
but, you know, just
Can't.
imagine how that looks.
Imagine how you kind of explain this to not be you. Tell me if you see that's pretty hard to do.
So the whole jury, I know, but also,
But at this point, they're gone, but you got family left behind. What about that family, bro? Do you have any feelings for them at all?
yes, man.
They're at home now in hell. They're in hell. Okay, what do you think? And so, what do you think?
I think that it's a sad fucking thing, man, but I think that you guys can fucking be blaming me because I didn't fucking do it, man. I just stumbled into this, you know? It wasn't like I fucking did this shit, you know, and like, then fucking like 15 seconds later, you know, like it's not like, you know, the guys were trying to cover me.
Well, I think the faster road that,
So that, so.
two things, one of those two things. The faster that you can come to terms with it and accept it, is the faster it's gonna be easier for you. But it's also gonna be easier for the legal system, you know, to see how you're thinking of this. If have all this evidence, bro, and that también you're not remorseful. And it's not.
I am remorseful. I am remorseful. I feel bad for what happened, you know, because I know her, you know. Yeah, her, not the family, whatever.
Yeah.
Her, you know.
Oh, you feel bad for what happened, but you're not
I
remorseful.
feel bad for the thing. The thing is, man. I'm fucking pissed, man, because how everything just went down. The fact that I'm here, the fact that somebody, just because I know her and I freaking hit it a couple years ago, now all of a sudden I'm fucking guilty.
No, you forgot the fact that you found the body.
I fucking found the body. Nobody was fucking trying to fucking hide shit. This was put out on the fucking radio. There was fucking backup immediately there. I wasn't
That
fucking.
doesn't explain it. That's not
You
gonna
know,
help.
so I wasn't freaking trying to hide shit. I was just driving on my assigned area, right? So it's because of this shit, because I fucking hit it 2 years ago, I'm fucking guilty of it?
Oh, no, you're not going to court. You know how it works. You're not guilty. You're innocent until proven guilty.
No, come on, man, don't give me this shit. You guys are talking to me like if I'm fucking guilty with that. You don't feel remorseful.
Can we believe you do it? Hell yeah, I believe you did it.
Alright.
That's where we're at now. It doesn't matter what I believe. It's what the jury's gonna believe,
I know that.
okay?
I know
And
that.
you don't want it to look like you're not
Twist it.
remorseful, bro. You don't wanna make it look.
I am remorseful.
You wanna make it seem like.
I'm gonna make it seem like I'm telling you, it ain't fucking fair. Yeah, I fucking hit it.
Okay, now let's go back because you had a fall out with your wife, she left, you hooked up with this girl, she told you you had a kid, you're in denial that it's yours.
I wasn't in denial.
Your wife's,
I wasn't in denial.
your wife's come back, and now this girl's not letting go of the fact that you're the dad to this kid.
That's not true. That's not true at all. That's not true.
How's that not true? I mean, she's telling you that's your kid, no?
She told me a while back, and after that, it's like one of those things.
Well, you're trying to patch up things with your wife, no? She went back to where? Where are you going from?
She went back to her hometown,
Where's her hometown?
Florida, Chicago, whatever.
And that's a major commitment to come,
I understand.
have a breakup, leave, and then come back again?
I understand.
That means that your heart's with her, bro. Your heart's with Amy, ¿verdad?
Mhm.
Ahora, ya out of nowhere, Grizz is saying, hey man, you got a baby, brother. You got a baby.
No, it's not.
Either you gotta pay child support,
It's not.
or you gotta man up and take care of him.
Nope, it wasn't ever like that. It was never like that.
I don't see any other scenario, man.
It was never like that. She was never on me like that. She was never on me like that. I'm telling you, she's not that type of person. She's not that type of person. She was never like, oh, you better man up.
How does she tell her family, how does she borrow the car? Mercedes. How does she borrow
That's
that?
not even her car then.
And, man, wait, don't try to twist it, bro. Just listen. You know, I'm being truthful. You need to be truthful.
I'm being truthful with you too.
How does she borrow the car? Tell her
Yeah,
family
yes, you
member.
claim.
How does she tell?
Stop being ignorant.
I'm telling you what I'm learning, because you want to know. You want to know what we're learning? The truth?
Go ahead.
How does she tell her family, I'm gonna go meet Burgos?
By saying, hey, I'm gonna go meet Burgos.
And how does she end up meeting you at that location where you happen to be? And how does she end up there, and how do you end up finding her?
So you want me to rewind?
We had a huge team team of investigators do. We already have all the video, everything. We know who's coming, who's coming
Yeah,
out.
just answer this, when you went in, did you go to the park?
Yes, I went
You
to the park.
where she was parked, right?
No,
Did you go to the parking lot there?
I didn't know where she was parked.
No, but you went to that entrance.
I went to the entrance.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay, the car was there.
Okay, so the car was there when you got there?
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
The car was there. There's a white Mercedes.
Okay.
I went, did a turnaround for the donut.
In the parking lot, right? The parking lot?
So you know where the CP guys were parked?
Yeah.
The basketball court, yeah.
Alright.
Went in,
Alright.
turned, did a donut,
Alright.
came out. The same way I came in, same way I came out. Went to the soccer fields. Saw Lara and Smith. They were there.
Okay.
Alright, they were there. Talked to them. Told them what I was gonna do. And I left. So I was leaving. That's where the situation happened. I called it out. I put it on the radio. I called Lara. He showed up with me. When he showed up with me, everything started going down. He's asking me all kinds of questions. How long you think she's been there? Blah, 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 this and that. It looks like it's repeating from last night or whatever. All kinds of things are going to happen.
Alright,
I don't know. No.
that's fine. Listen, okay, now, you tell us, you go in, you turn into the park, you see the Mercedes there, right?
Mhm.
Okay, when you put it in there, was there any other agents in that area? Was Lana there in that area?
Just the CVPs.
The CDPs?
Just the CVPs, yeah.
Okay, but they were in the market area?
No, they were parked in the parking lot.
They were parked, the CDP was parked inside?
No, CVPs. Or they were in the park.
No, the park.
Yeah.
At the same time that the Mercedes was there?
When I went in, Mercedes,
Okay. So she was probably off the Mercedes at the time, right? You didn't see anybody inside?
I didn't go that way, man. It's just a Mercedes. You can't just say, because it's a borrowed car, I was supposed to know that it was somebody that I knew 2 fucking years ago.
No, I'm not asking you that. Listen to what I'm saying before you start jumping. Did you see anybody in the car?
I didn't see anybody.
You're not an observant, aren't you an observant agent?
Yes.
Okay, didn't you look to see if there was anybody in the car? See or no? If you did, I'm not thinking any less of you. I just wanna know.
No, you know why?
Why?
Because if you were driving down that road as many times as I do, the place where that car was parked,
Right.
even if there was somebody in the car, you couldn't see because that's how far away it was. And at the time again, I'm scanning car, Mercedes, park, CDPs, I'm going that way.
But you did know that was the only car on the lot. Aside from CDP, right?
I don't know, there was other cars. There was other cars.
But the only thing you saw was CDP in that car. That's what I'm getting at. There may or may have not been other cars, but what you remember is that car and a Mercedes and CDP, right?
And CDPs.
Right. Right.
And it's because that car was kind of like alone. You know, the same way you guys found it.
Yeah.
You've never seen that car before?
I've seen there plenty of white Mercedes before. How was
Do
that?
you know her family members? Do you know them?
I don't know. I don't know, really know you. I never met him.
I'm not gonna bring more here.
Okay. Well, this kind of, do you have a protective order against you from anybody?
From who?
I don't know, anybody, any of your,
What does that mean?
a protective order, like a restraining order? Like, has your wife ever filed a protective order against you
No.
for domestic violence?
No.
And any of these girls?
No.
No?
But I know of, no.
So if, I'm just saying, so we run your name out, you're gonna come out clear.
Is that a reasonable question? Also?
Well, because if you do have a protective order, you should know. Because they serve you, you go to court, and they tell you, hey, you can't be within
No.
1,000 feet from this girl, you can't communicate with this girl. So that's never happened to you.
No. No. Am I gonna stay here? Am I gonna spend the night here?
No, bro, this is not a jail, this is police
Or are you
station.
gonna send me to jail?
Not yet,
Not yet. Well, are you yes or no?
not yet.
We're being pretty honest. Okay, are you gonna take me later to jail?
Well, I can't tell you this yet. You're detained. The detention means you can't go anywhere until we figure out, you know, if we got an IPC, then,
We're
yeah,
going to get at each other. You can't freaking
said not to call because you wanted to
Yeah,
them out.
but now I'm fucking freaking out, man.
It should be okay, brother, there's nothing really to worry about right now.
Is there any way that I can call her and let her know where I'm at, man?
The faster that you cooperate with us,
I've
the
been
faster that's
cooperating
gonna.
with you guys, but I don't understand where you guys are coming from, and it's fucking, it's weird as fuck. But bro, the way that it fucking happens, you can't ask fucking Lara, man. I was talking to him like 5 fucking seconds ago before I went on the fucking radio. I didn't do shit, man. I know it's fucking crazy, I didn't do shit. I have nothing wrong against this chick. As far as I know, she never put anything, any protective order or whatever against me. I don't have any fucking thing against her, man. We're fucking cool. Somebody freaking, we beat it up, whatever, right? We stopped doing it for a long ass fucking time. It's been a long time, and we stay fucking friends.
What's your government cell phone number?
I don't have a government cell phone number.
You just have yours? They just call you on the radio and then you call from your personal phone?
What do you mean?
You don't.
You don't have your cell phones from work?
I don't. Watch for one is on both. Yes, 14 is on both. I don't know.
They don't have an issue that day, here, use your phone.
Cell phone? No. The only thing that I have is my radio.
Alright,
Bro, I mean, let's start with the everybody coming and you need to think about it because I'm telling you how it is. I know you wish that I fucking say like, I freaking shot her in the freaking head and then call out and be like, oops, look what I freaking saw. But that's not what fucking happened.
I think that you need to accept the fact, bro, that it's not a major coincidence. It's not. It's not, man. You know, you're looking at a dead woman.
It is a fucking major
And
coincidence.
a dead child.
It's not whether I want to accept it, it's the fact that it's a major fucking coincidence. And yeah, it fucking hit me once everything, when it fucking started hitting me once, you know.
I'll tell you when it hit you is when I asked you your name.
Yeah, when they freaking said that, I was like, shit.
Right? And you didn't tell me your middle name?
But then again, yeah, and that's what started hitting me. But then again, I wasn't still sure because like I told you, I cannot positively ID who
I'm not asking you to tell you. We're not asking you to say, we're telling you that that's her.
Alright.
So that we come across, of course, being the detectives that we are, we look into her background, right? Who she was dating, who she was talking to, and knowing your name comes up. And guess what? You're right there at the scene with us. So come on, we're just saying about shoes. What do you think?
I'm not here to exalt.
It doesn't matter.
What happened at the scene where you guys are on the name? What happened there?
What?
There was a accident wrong about his name?
I asked on the radio, they kept saying that his name was, Anthony Burgos, right? The radio, but I asked him, and he's got R. Burgos. So I said, what's your name? He says, Ron Burgos. And then he heard them say Rick. He's got a middle name of Anthony, and I asked him, what's your name? He said, Ronald Anthony Burgos. So he left out the middle name and Aviles, which is what they know you by, Anthony Aviles.
No, you forgot to ask me.
But you don't think you should, as being a professional, have at least told me? If they ask me my full name, I ain't gonna chop it up and leave out 2 names, 2 last names.
Your demeanor right now compared to your partner's demeanors, we're not all of them, because we have all of them here, is nothing but 100% cooperation.
Yeah, I'm cooperating. But you guys are not fucking doing what you guys are doing.
Hey man, somebody's fucking dead right now. And they want to laugh when there's somebody dead.
I don't want to fucking laugh. When you guys are fucking like almost coercing me. Into fucking saying something. Because you believe that it's a coincidence. It's not. It's a fucking coincidence. Because I didn't fucking do it.
Hey, your young is not gonna do any good for you, but don't tone it down.
Burgos, we had to disarm everybody in your unit to bring them here.
Yeah, I know, and you think I know it was coming, because I'm not fucking stupid. I know it was fucking coming since you fucking guys were playing around over there. Tell me, we're gonna go to the
How are we playing around?
That's explaining your mentality right there.
Because my mentality is on the double homicide. That's what you guys are telling me. I know it was fucking gonna happen. You want me to be upset about it?
Burgos, one of them is possibly your son. That's dead.
Okay.
That was murdered. That's possibly your son, your blood. Tu sangre. Burgos, that's possibly your son that's dead. Burgos. Your son is dead. A 1-year-old. Let that sink in, man. 2 agencies, a city, a gruesome murder. You
around me. You still have 2 living children. You have 2 more, you said, with 80?
Yeah.
You gotta get in front of it, man. This cannot be a mystery for you and your family. You can't drive them crazy like that. One family's already ruined. Don't mess with your wife, Amy.
It's all a mystery. It's all a mystery. What's your name?
Elizondo, Ernesto.
And that, it's always not a mystery.
What is it then?
It's all a mystery.
And what happened?
I gave you detailed step by step of what happened. You asked me if I know the person, these names, and I told you that I do. I'm not fucking hiding anything, man. Ask me, instead of trying to accuse me and tell me to think, you ask me what you want to know, and I'm telling you.
Burgos, I'm 45 years old, and if I saw an ex-girlfriend when I was in high school dead on the ground, I'd recognize her. I'd be like, oh shit.
Bro, it doesn't work
I
like that.
yes it does, brother.
It doesn't work like that.
Well, how was I doing that?
I was like,
We are.
I was laying down, man, with freaking hair.
Yeah, that's cool, that's not what I'm about. The thing is, like, we're not going to extract everything from you. Ask me.
In my mind,
You didn't tell me from the beginning, listen. You didn't tell me from the beginning that when you pulled in that parking lot, you saw a white Mercedes. It took us 45 minutes for you to tell me that. Why?
Did you ask me?
You see, there we go. Tell us. We asked you of a detailed account of what happened. You're leaving things out. You're intentionally leaving things out.
I'm not leaving things out. I'm fucking nervous, and I'm telling you to the best of my ability, but as we keep talking about this, pieces are coming in, and I'm telling you.
It was a gruesome crime scene, and you're grabbing shoes, and you're grabbing strollers, and you're not being appropriate about your communications with 940. 940 needs to call it, but that's not your jurisdiction. That's a murder investigation. The city's not gonna want to hear that Border Patrol's fucking around with the crime scenes.
I agree with fucking
What is that gonna do to your organization nationwide? Oh, Border Patrol doesn't give a fuck.
Hey, bro, come on.
Dangerous problem.
Elizondo, I did not do that, man. I was not being improper in the radio.
Well, the moment I showed up, I saw a gruesome crime scene. You were there a long time before we showed up. Which means that
You were my bishop, you don't understand when it went down. It wasn't like I went over there and I saw, oh shit, let me call this in. As soon as I stopped and I saw a body laying on the floor, I got on my handheld and I called it in as I went there. Alright? That's how I did it. How was I supposed to know it was a gruesome death with whatever, when I was like walking on my way there?
I mean,
At that time, my heart was freaking beating.
You're being a minute specific, but you know, generally speaking, you know what we're talking about. You know what's going on.
I mean,
Stop doing the cuerpo.
No, you guys.
you're picking up, you're picking up the little tennis shoes. What are you doing with all that? You're not a detective.
She was
What are you doing with that?
murdered, brother. I mean, this is murder.
And you intentionally leave them hanging out. You don't fully identify yourself to me.
I fully identify myself.
No, you didn't.
Paramedic showed up and said, this just happened, man. That is a body.
Ray Garcia, whatever his name is. Ray Garcia, I fully identify myself with him, with my driver's license.
That's not a problem. That's not a problem.
I wasn't trying to hide names or anything.
Well, you can't.
Stop.
You
You
can't.
guys need to stop fucking saying shit. And you know what? I've been cooperating, but the way that you guys are treating me, which I don't understand. I really don't understand.
How are we treating you?
Like I'm fucking making things up. Like saying that
Well, some things don't make sense.
that was wrong on the radio.
Some things don't make sense, so we gotta get clear. We gotta clarify it. This is not, again, this is not some misdemeanor, this is a serious,
Okay, let's
serious allegation.
Let's clarify things up.
Alright? I'll tell you what. You want a little bit of water? You want some water? We'll take a little 2-minute break, come back, and we'll get you some water.
The restroom or something, or?
I do need to use the restroom, but I don't know.
You're not gonna do what? You gonna hold it?
Yeah, I'll hold it.
Okay, hold it. You want some water or not?
Are you leaving or what?
Oh, we're gonna come on back.
Why?
Because we're gonna sit down and talk, put together some other things that we got. Be about 2 minutes.
How long you guys gonna keep me detained here? If not, go take me to jail so I can freaking call.
You're legal to take, man.
I understand.
And we have enough evidence and probable cause to have you here. I've already explained to you the severity of the situation. Yeah, man, I was.
You know, you understand how this works. Detention, I'm trying to tell you, you're being detained. You can't do any work. We're gonna do something here, confer about some statements, and then we'll come back and talk to you.
Let me go to the bathroom, I guess. Hey, no, seriously, I talked to my chick.
Who? Your wife? When we come back, we'll give you the phone.
Come on, man, you guys, that's what they be telling me since I got here.
No, man, right now, when you got the phone, I'll get your phone when you call here.
Every 4 minutes, man. I believe. Hey, Solo, let me call her, man. Let me freaking call her, man. This is fucking. Come on, man.
Yeah,
I want to talk to you.
You can't open up to me, man. Open up to me. It's not gonna get any easier for you. I'm not gonna lie to you, tampoco. I'm not gonna lie to you. You know what I say when I say wait? I mean, that's stupid. Maybe
No, I know, man, but I swear, I need to her. I had somebody with me.
Yeah, she told you you had a sign, but she told you you had a sign.
Bro, I know, but it was stupid. It was a long time.
About a year and a half.
Yeah, it was a year and a half ago. I didn't believe it, man. I didn't believe it.
Was she threatening to use it?
She was,
Oh, was she saying the year why?
Bro, I got proof, man. She never did that to me, man. Never. It was never like that. This was never a what do you call this thing?
You wanna know it's your son?
No, what do you call this thing? Chantaje. ¿Cómo se dice eso? Chantajeando.
What is that?
Chantaje,
Like holding around?
if I take your pen and I'm like, you don't give me a watch, you don't get it back. Type of thing.
Oh, yeah. Or like an extortion?
Yes, it wasn't extortion, man. It was never like that. We were fucking cool. We were cool. We were fucking cool. She lives around mine somewhere, and she frequents that part all the fucking time.
Where does she live?
She used to live.
Is this her house before?
I've seen her house. Yes, I haven't been inside her house ever.
Have you been by her house?
I drove by her house.
Because there's gonna be witnesses, family, neighbors, they see it, that video, but.
Yes, yes, I understand. I've driven by her house. Okay, I've driven by her.
Where goes the brother? Amy and the kids. What are your kids' names?
Oh, don't worry about that. Don't be trying.
Oh, so no, well, you need to think about it, man. Well, I'm not trying to play with you. I'm just trying to remind you, that's your family. How much hell do you want to?
What is that supposed to be? You want me to say, well, I already told you everything.
How much hell do you want to put them through? How much bullshit do you want to say?
I don't want to prove you right bullshit, but I'm already putting them through fucking bullshit by this whole fucking situation. I can freaking easily show you guys that me and her were fucking cool. I never had an issue with her.
How are you showing your phone number?
Yes.
You give me consent to go to your phone?
No, I'll show you. I'll give you fucking shit.
What kind of phone do you have?
Android.
I mean, we have it, but I'm just saying, what kind of phone do you have?
Android. I'm not going to give you consent to look at my phone because they're going to look at everything else that I
Oh, yeah, but we definitely have to. We're gonna lie to you.
Oh, yeah,
I know, the things important to this case concerning, is there anything that'll prove that you didn't do it?
Of course.
Well, you might wanna use it, no? I mean,
What do you mean?
is there anything that'll prove that you didn't do this crime?
Of course not.
Okay, well, is there anything that'll prove?
Of course not. I didn't do it.
I know, but that's my question. My question is there anything that'll prove that you didn't do it?
No, there's in my phone, there's proof that there was never any call.
Okay, well, are your relationship, your phone records prove that you spoke today?
Today? Yes.
And what was the discussion that you had with her?
Oh, I didn't speak with her today.
Did she text you?
No.
Well, how did you always live in the same location?
There's nothing on the phone.
I just asked you, is there your phone and her phone, did you all call each other this morning?
No. You guys can check. How you guys will, so whatever. No, I didn't talk to her. I didn't text her. Today. I talked to her weeks ago. I can't tell you specifically when, alright? Now, I'm telling you the truth. I know you're gonna find out. I know you're gonna fucking check the phone out shit. So,
we have to know.
I know. And then what are you gonna do? And what are you gonna do when you find out that I didn't talk to her today? Are you gonna fucking be out fucking tell me the truth?
This is one thing, man.
You're probably not gonna apologize for it.
That's one thing, man. Why should I apologize? There's two different people, brother.
No. Yeah, I know.
What else is possibly your son?
Okay, so tell me some phrase. Are you accusing me? Are you saying I did it?
We have probable cause to believe you did it. My partner's been telling you that he thinks it's you.
telling you guys, it's not.
How is all this gonna be lined up?
And Soko, she lives by that fucking park. She goes there all the time, man. Look, I don't want to hold because this is irrelevant to the stock plan. It's irrelevant, but she has her own other issues with all the people, man. ¿Me entiendes?
That's probably your son, man, you know? You're there, that dead boy that's there, that dead child is your son. It's gonna be your son. She's telling you que tienes un hijo. She's got one son.
She told me one time, and this is stupid, but I'm just telling you so you don't think that I'm like the bad guy here.
Do you think it's yours or no?
No sé, bro, no sé.
Okay. Do you think there's a chance?
Puede ser, pues sí.
Okay. Do you want to know if it's yours or not? Es tu son, man. No, es tu son. Although you didn't know the child, it could be that's your son, you know? You want to know if it's yours or not? Huh? We're eventually gonna get to that, man, so, you know, we wanna run a DNA test, check it out, see si es tuyo. It's all gonna come to that. I'm just saying, that's the one child that you didn't know, no conocías, but that's still your child. You know, based on what she's telling you, and based on the family saying, well, she's going to go talk, you know? So, I mean, based on this common sense probability, I think at the end of this thing, tomorrow, and Amy and your kids, man, I mean, you need to be thinking about that. You need to be thinking about that. How can you make the situation easier on that? Come on. How can you do it easier for them? How is your wife gonna say, oh my God, the father of my children, come on, how do
I don't know, because no matter what, man, from this day on, everybody's gonna look at me like if I did something when I really fucking didn't. That's what's pissing me off, you know? Because yeah, I did it because I did it.
Did you arrest her? Did you do anything else? Obviously, we need to give you a little bit of time to think about.
Yeah, sure, it's fine. How much longer are you guys gonna have to detain before you guys?
It's gonna be a while, man. It's a lengthy investigation. A lot of people to talk to, a lot of evidence, family members will come in, a lot of stuff. Muchas cosas que hacer.
So what does that mean that I'm gonna be here?
You're gonna be here for a while, yeah.
For like days?
No, I didn't think that, no. We're on the phone with the prosecutor and all that stuff, and we need to figure out what's right, what's wrong, what do we have. And the fact that you're kind of dancing around it, you know, it's up to you the way you wanna play it.
What do you mean dancing around?
I mean, you know, based on the information that we have and how it looks, you know, it just depends on how you wanna handle it. It just depends on how truthful you wanna be with yourself, you know, how serious the situation is. You know, the person that was discovered by you while you're on duty is someone that you know. The second victim happens to be, in all high probability, happens to be your son. Yes. And that's not even your family. Your family is at home, which is waiting for you. And so, to you, try to explain that to the public, how do you think they're gonna perceive it? They're gonna perceive it, you know, no way, you know, there's no way that he was, you know, was gonna let this girl ruin his family. Again, you're going to a second opportunity with Amy. She came back to Texas to be with you, no? I mean, I know you say no, bro, but how else do you explain it?
My relationship with her was never like that. With her,
What's up?
she was never gonna be
It's a one-
between me and the other one.
How do we know she's gone?
Never.
How do we know she's gone?
Because I'm telling you, never.
Well, that's your side of the story.
It was never like that. It was never like that. You can ask your fucking sister, her mom, if she ever said like, I'll fuck this guy up. No, it was never like that. At least
Well, you know,
she
yeah,
never
well,
did that.
that's still to be, we're gonna find out from them, how she felt about you. You know, because if it turns out that that's not gonna look any better, she was just determined to make him be responsible, to be a dad. She can't make you be there, you know, financially, child support, hey, man, I just said that.
And that's fine, and that was fine with me. That was always fine with me.
Did she ever say that? Did she ever ask you for money? She said, hey, pay child support, at least give me money to pay the kid.
No,
you said, you said.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I take it back.
You and Grisenda were gonna go through the process together?
Yeah, that was what I thought.
And Grisenda she knew that you wanted to do that?
Yeah,
And you told her? You said, hey, let's find out. When did that happen?
I can't remember, it was a while back. Like I said, like I said, me and her would be cool forever.
¿Y por qué se tardó? Why didn't you just do it? You know, hey, find out.
Because it's like appointments and things and all kinds of shit.
Did you tell your wife, Amy, does she know that you possibly have a son with him?
I was waiting until it was a yes or no before I said it.
Okay, so she doesn't know.
No.
So we go ask her, she's gonna say no, no say.
Yeah, she's not gonna know.
Okay. Your children are about the same age as this baby?
No.
How old are your children?
Older,
How old are they?
10, 4, 11, 5, 10, 4.
Not chiquitos. The 10-year-old kind of knows what's up. The little one doesn't know. 10 is a boy or girl?
Both boys.
Both boys. How do you want them to handle this, man?
Like I told you, no matter what happens, Elizondo, como te digo, it's like you should know your call. Once you're like that guy that can flip the unit, you will always be that guy that flip the unit.
Oh, we can't compare that to the unit.
I hope you get my point, right?
Yeah, I definitely get it.
So it doesn't matter, once you guys freaking realize that I didn't do shit, it doesn't matter, man. Then you
I don't think we're at the point where,
people are gonna fucking look down on me.
I don't think we're at the point where they're gonna suspect. I think they're at the point where it's like, you can't be remorseful enough, you know, to be honest with the community, Border Patrol, PD, City of Laredo, with her family, bro. Que ahorita están in their hell, man. Does that even concern you a little bit? Que están sufriendo?
Sí, me afecta, bro. I'm not a bad person. Pero,
You're not a bad person, man.
Pero solamente porque, because of the circumstances and the fact that I know her and the things that were happening, doesn't mean that I did it. And that's fine, because I'm pretty sure in the course of your guys' investigation, you're gonna see all the other sides of her that, you know, that you guys don't know.
You want me to do a DNA swab so we can check to see, give me consent to do that, so we can see? So you're gonna make me do everything forcefully. Get a warrant so we can get your DNA swab, get a warrant so we can go on your phone.
I told you I'll show you my phone.
Well, I mean, I'm asking for consent. I'll be honest with you. I don't want you to show it to me. I want consent so I can go into it and I can study it and research it. That's what I want to do.
And look at all the freaking.
Everything, brother. Everything.
Guys send me
No te
my
voy a
phone.
mentir. No te voy a mentir. It's 2 dead people. I need to see everything.
So you want, so
I'm not gonna lie to you.
you
You know.
want to be seeing what I text with my wife and the pictures and all
Is that
that?
even important, man?
Yeah, it is.
Brother, we have 2.
Yo sé que tú tienes 2 dead people, pero eso no fui yo, ¿entiendes?
This could be your son, man.
It could be, but that, and if it is, believe me, it fucking pays me. But I'm not gonna fucking sit here and take a fucking blame for something I did not fucking do. And let me fucking tell you something.
That's what you said, though?
Let me tell you fucking something.
Can you say that's her?
No, I can't tell you that's her. I can't not tell you.
So that's mother and child right there, bro.
Yes.
They're gone. And he's likely your son. And you just thinking about yourself kind of thing, or what?
No, I'm not. Wait,
I can't imagine being in your position, bro. I didn't do it wrong. I can't imagine, man. Just trying to, I don't know, for you to kind of help yourself, man, you know? I mean,
What happened to her, man? What happened to her?
you tell me, man. You tell me.
No, what happened to her?
I cannot go this way. It's gotta come this way. I think both of us have been there all day. Me and you have been there all day, man. We've seen the same thing. We know what exists. We know what we've learned. You've been present, you know.
Yeah,
Although,
when I show up to the scene, I didn't know what happened to her. That's why I'm asking you. You guys already know the investigation. What happened to her? Just tell me what happened to her.
I mean, it's a violent crime, man.
Maybe
That's
her
all.
ass or what?
Come on, man, beat her ass. Come on, it's a human being, man. How can you say beat her ass, you know? Come on. I've been real generous with you. I've been intentional on come out. I understand that, but you're talking about a dead person now, you know? And we're still with the family. We're still at their house. We're having to answer their desperate pleas to you know, hopefully tell them that that's not Grisela. You know, they want to hear that, but we can't tell them that. because we know for a fact that's her, you know? So, seeing what we've seen, which is the mother, the sister, the family, them screaming in agony, que no sea, no sea, no sea, and then you're here saying somebody beat her ass.
Because you refuse to tell me what happened to her because you,
No,
you think that I fucking know, and that fucking offends me.
You know, all I'm saying is show some respect, man. It's a dead person. And a mother and a child.
Alright, look, I'm sorry, right?
And the riverbanks of the city of Laredo, near a popular family location.
Look, I'm sorry, right? It's just too much, man.
It is a lot, man.
The way that you guys are freaking is, you know.
We're just asking questions.
I know,
We got to.
no, but come on.
Dios no lo quiera que fuera sido Amy and your kids, you would been all over us. Hurry up, get some answers, catch them, what's going on? Así es la cosa, man.
Yo sé, pero
You
you
know?
guys are not asking any questions. You guys me están como que.
What question? What do you want me to ask? What do you want me to ask?
Everything you have asked me, I told you to the best of my knowledge. Yes, I forgot a detail about the vehicle, whatever, me vino y te lo dije, ¿me entiendes? Yo te lo dije, ¿no?
So you want City of Laredo Police Department and United States Border Patrol to start looking for a suspect? You want us to start looking for somebody? Really? Based on what we know right now, you want us to stop what we're doing?
No.
And turn our attention away from you and go somewhere else?
No, I don't want you guys to do that.
No, but that only a rational person can say that. I mean, do you want us to stop what we're doing and go somewhere else?
No, I want you guys to do your job.
And you want us to let you go?
No. No, I wanna
So
clear,
what do we do,
my
man?
name. I wanna clean my name from wrongdoing. That's what I want. That's what I want. Y no fui yo. No fui yo.
Okay, well-
I was with someone else. ¿Me entiendes? This person, you can't even ask Lara, man. He has freaking experience, man. This wasn't like I did it. ¿Me entiendes? And then I freaking went and like, hey, come over here.
Come on, bro. Anyway, why the fuck you made me sit here with you, man? Why? Fuck, dude. Man.
What?
How is something that looks like that, man? How is something that looks like that, bro? You know? And this could be your son. You know? I'm trying to be patient, bro, but when I see something like that, and we see a lot of shit, you've seen it too, man. You're a veteran, and you've seen a lot of dead people in you know, la Hawaiian. Te quebra el pinche corazón, bro, because you know, we're human beings, man. You know, we're fucking human beings. And sometimes people make fun of cops. Hey, you guys are laughing at the crime scene. We're not laughing at dead people, man. We're laughing because this shit, we gotta take it home with us. You know? And I'm here at the scene, bro, and I'm having to look at this little boy. My son owns fucking shoes like that, bro. Mira los zapatitos, bro. Míralos. I literally bought my son some shoes like that. Es el mismo tamaño. Every time I see this picture, I'm picturing my son. You know?
Oh, yeah.
But it happens to be your son, bro. Why are you fucking with me, bro? Somebody.
Pues entonces, you wanna let me call Amy or you guys are still pissed? You know,
No, we can't be pissed, man. Why am I gonna be pissed at you? We already know each other. Why can't I take it personally?
Your partner is saying that he's like, I know you did it. I think you, whatever he said, right? He straight up accused me. That's his personal opinion. So I know for a fact that you don't like me. You're being very patient with me. You don't believe me neither. So I know you don't like me neither.
Ah, that's not about lying, bro. I mean,
I know you guys think I'm fucking guilty, and in a way I understand. Believe me, in a way I understand. But in another way, you gotta understand. Like I feel cornered, man. I feel cornered because.
Jack, I'm gonna stop the video right here and give a short break to the jury, and we'll be right back.
Congratulations, jury.
may wanna put up your ME, and, but my intention going to bring him on, just transition out so that the jury doesn't freak out at the transition, and then, so go ahead, and then you're gonna bring in your other witness.
Yes, Your Honor, and Dr. Fernandez is here. And then I guess it doesn't have to be before the jury, but we just wanted to document the timestamp of 2.0812.
The timestamp on State's Exhibit number what?
State's Exhibit number. 81. What was it? 81.
81 has been stopped right now at direct examination at
2.208 with 12 seconds.
2:08 with 12.
Please rise to the jury.
Thank you, everyone. Please have a seat. Members of the jury, we are, because of what we wanted to accomplish today and leave today a little bit earlier, and also a conflict in schedule with one of the witnesses, we've cut short for a moment, or for time being, the witness, Richard Reyes' testimony. He will be back on Wednesday morning. We've jotted down where the exhibit number 81 was at, and it'll be started at that time then. So, having said that, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Ray Fernandez to the stand.
And by the way, and to that, there was no objections from any of the parties with regard to that transition. Is that correct, Mr. Payne?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, very good.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr.
And for the record, ADA Vigil doing the direct examination for the state, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. Your full name?
I'm Dr. Ray Fernandez.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please go around the court reporter up to a couple of steps there and take a seat, pull it up, and be ready when you are. Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your name for the record?
I'm Dr. Ray Fernandez, RayFernandez.
And what's your current occupation?
I'm a medical doctor. I retired July 2020 as the county medical examiner for Nueces County. Now I practice as an independent contractor, self-employed.
And what was your occupation back on April of 2018?
April 2018, I was the chief medical examiner for Nueces County in Corpus Christi, Texas.
And would you tell us what educational background and professional training you have that qualifies you as a medical pathologist?
I graduated from Del Mar College and University of Texas in Austin. I completed medical school, University of Texas Health Science Center in 1989 in San Antonio, Texas. 1990, I completed a hospital internship in Philadelphia, Frankfurt Hospital. It was working 6 months with patients with medical problems, 6 months with patients with surgical problems. It was a rotating internship. 90 to 94, I completed a hospital pathology residency. That was at University of California, Irvine. That was working in the hospital lab with other doctors there that are pathologists, examining samples that come to the lab and doing autopsies on patients that die at the hospital. 94 to 95, I completed what's called a fellowship, forensic pathology fellowship. That was at the medical examiner office in Miami, Florida. 95 to 2002, I was employed as a medical examiner in Miami, Florida. 2002, became employed as a medical examiner in Dallas. And then in 2003, moved back to my hometown, Corpus Christi, and became the county medical examiner at that time.
And I guess can you explain to the court what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is a laboratory procedure. It involves looking at the outside of the body for changes and injuries on the outside of the body, and then it involves making a incision on the top of the head area, exposing the cranial cavity. It involves making a Y incision on the chest and the abdomen, exposing the abdominal, the chest cavity and the abdominal cavity. And then the organs in the cranial cavity and the chest cavity, abdominal cavity are all examined. They're removed, they're weighed, they're looked at for disease or for trauma. And then samples can be collected for drug testing also. And a report is completed, a autopsy report, and it lists the findings and the opinion as far as the of those findings, interpreting the cause of death and manner of death.
And how many autopsies have you performed throughout your career?
Probably about 8,000.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness real quick?
You may.
So I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 528 and 529. Do you recognize these documents?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Were these reports done in the normal course of business for the Nueces County Medical Examiner's Office?
That's correct.
And were they done near or at the time of when you performed the autopsy?
That's right.
Does State's Exhibit 25 fairly and accurately represent the autopsy you conducted on Vicenta Hernandez on April 10th of 2018?
528 and 529?
528, correct.
528. Yes, this has the findings for that case, that's right.
And then does State's Exhibit 529 fairly and accurately represent the autopsy you performed on Dominic Hernandez back on April 10th of 2018?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm tendering to defense for any objections. And I move to admit into evidence State's Exhibit 528 and 529.
Any objections, Mr. Payne?
No objections, Your Honor.
To either one, is that correct? All right, they are admitted.
Now, Dr. Fernandez, you mentioned you work in Nueces County. Is there a reason why you were asked to conduct an examination of these two individuals that were from Webb County?
Yes, Nueces County, several times, they'll help out some adjacent counties, surrounding counties. And if they've had an agreement in the past where Webb County was short on staff, they would send some of the cases to Nueces County and they would handle them. They handle that, and they also handle other cases from other counties that don't have an autopsy facility or medical examiner office.
And what procedures, if any, were taken when it came to transporting the bodies from one county to the next?
Each of the cases that comes in with the order or authorization for that case to be autopsied. And then once the case is brought in, it's assigned a case number that's unique for that case, and it's only used for that case.
And anything did you do when you first received the bodies?
There was external examination noted to look at the surface of the body. Then there was identifying marks and scars that were noted. And then there was evidence of injury that was noted. And then an internal examination completed.
So, I guess, I'm requesting the court's permission to publish State's Exhibit 528.
Go ahead. Doctor, is that screen on?
I see the screen in front of me, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
So, is this the autopsy report that you performed for Vicente Hernandez?
Yes, that's true.
And when was it conducted?
This was April 10th, 2018.
Okay, what findings did you make as far as upon first receiving the body?
I made a notation that there was multiple sharp force injuries, approximately 27 stab wound type injuries. The stab wound injuries are the ones where the wound depth is generally deeper than what the wound is on the surface. That's what the classification is for the stab wounds. It's a sharp force injury.
Were there any other types of injuries other than stab wounds?
Yes, there were some injuries that we would call incise wounds, or you might call them a slash type wound, where they're longer along the surface than the depth of the wound is.
So let me ask you this. You said she had approximately 27 stab wounds. Can you tell us where and how many stab wounds she had on the specific parts on her body?
Yes, I can, with referring back to my autopsy. I had noted 7 stab wounds, a cluster of 7 at the back of the neck. I had noted 3 stab wounds at the back left side of the head, 3 stab wounds at the back of the left shoulder, 3 stab wounds at the back of the left upper arm, and 1 to the left upper back, 1 stab wound to the right collarbone area, and 1 stab wound to the left collarbone area. 3 stab wounds about the front of the neck and including the sides of the neck, the left and right sides. The stab wound at the top of the left shoulder, the stab wound at the left upper arm, the stab wound at the left forearm, an incise wound at the left side of the face, 2 stab wounds at the back of the left hand, an incise wound at the left wrist that also had the underlying left wrist was fractured, a stab wound at the right cheek of the face, a stab wound at the left corner of the mouth, incise wound that went parallel along where the earlobe is.
Now, what other findings, other than these wounds, what other findings did you make on Vicente Hernandez?
The other finding noted was the pallor, P-A-L-L-O-R, of the internal organs. The internal organs were pale.
And what causes this?
That's one of the findings you'll see when there's been blood loss, the organs turn pale.
Were there any other findings that you found?
Yes,
after
sir.
examining the body?
Yes, and there's the area on the surface of the brain that we call the subarachnoid, subarachnoid. That's on the surface of the brain. And scattered areas on the surface of the brain had hemorrhage, Hemorrhage, bleeding on the surface of the brain in different areas.
And how could this occur?
The bleeding on the brain is from blunt trauma. It's from impact, the head impacting an object or surface, or some object or surface impacting against the head.
This contribute to her death?
Yes, that would be contributing to the death.
And so what did you determine to be the cause of death for Griselda Hernandez?
The cause of death was multiple sharp force injuries.
Can the 27 stab wounds be described as such? The approximately 27 stab wounds, can they be described as such?
Yes, the stab wounds are sharp force injuries.
Did you do an external examination of Griselda Hernandez?
Yes, that's on page 2.
Yes. This one right here?
Yes.
Okay. And did you document your observations after doing an external examination?
Yes, they were noted in the report.
And in regards to an external examination, what evidence of injury did you observe?
That was started to list on page 2 at the bottom. That's where the section evidence of injury began. And I had, at that area, I noted that the back of the left forearm had a 1/4 inch red area. The mid back of the left forearm, the part of it had a 1/2 inch area where the surface had been had an excoriation, EXCORITION, a scratch along the surface, and then above this was another 3/4 inch excoriation or scratch.
So, can you explain to the jury how the left cerebral surface could have received this subarachnoid hemorrhage?
That would be that part of the body having blood trauma impacting against the surface, or something, or an object impacting against that part of the body.
So would it be similar to the right side? Because I believe I asked you the left. How about the right cerebral surface?
Yes, that's the surface of the left could impact against something, or the more toward the right can also impact towards something.
And what type of object can cause that type of trauma to the head?
What type of what?
Object can cause that type of trauma to the head.
Oh, that's blunt force. It's not a sharp object because it's a blunt object hitting that part of the head.
Okay, and did you do an internal examination of Griselda?
Yes, there's an internal examination that was noted. That's correct. That's on page 4.
Right here?
Yes, it starts there.
Okay. And so you went ahead and you documented your observations, right?
Yes, sir.
And what did you observe in regards to your internal examination?
The internal organs, those were the organs consistent with the 44-year-old female. Those organs, aside from the trauma, they didn't have any evidence of tumors or disease.
And was a radiographic examination performed of Griselda?
Yes, that's right.
And can you explain to us what a radiographic examination is?
That's a radiograph. Those are X-rays that are done. They're standard X-rays. They're done anytime someone's been shot, looking for metal bullets, projectiles. Anytime someone has sharp force injuries, looking for portions of a knife or a sharp object that may be broken off in the body. They show up on X-ray. They can also help to identify fractures And this one identified a fracture at the left wrist.
So you just testified that it revealed a fracture of the left wrist, is that correct?
That's true.
Is her left wrist being fractured consistent with anything?
That would be consistent with the defense type of injury. Someone blocking an attack with that part of the body can end up having that area fractured.
And as part of your autopsy, was a toxicology test performed?
Yes, sir.
Did you perform that test?
Yeah, it was done by a DPS accredited lab called National Medical Services, and they did testing.
Okay. And was this done under your direction?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was there anything that would have alarmed you, alerted you?
They test for drugs, alcohol and drugs of abuse, and the testing was non-detected.
Nothing was detected?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you sign off as the medical examiner who performed this autopsy of Griselda?
Yes, that's my name on the report.
Let me ask you this. What was a fatal blow to Griselda Hernandez?
The injuries that happened at the neck, at the left side of the neck, right side of the neck, those stab wounds, they cut through the skin, the underlying soft tissue, and cut the blood vessels in that area, on the left and right side of the neck. It's a vein in that area and a carotid artery in that area, and both of them were cut, transected on both sides. So every time the heart would beat, there would be blood coming from those wounds.
What can you say that term? The
Transected.
What is that?
That's where you cut it and it's in two, or essentially two parts.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Yeah. So I'm going to show you what's been marked. It's pre-admitted, but I just want to show you. And there's several exhibits for the record. 413 through 415, 419, 421 through 425, 427 through 430, 432, 434 through 438, 440, 441, 443, and 444. Do you recognize them after you've gone through them? Without saying anything, just do you recognize them?
Yes.
And Your Honor, just to give a fair warning to the members of the family and the media, some of these photos that I'm going to request to publish are graphic in nature.
So, okay, good to go.
So I'm publishing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 413.
They've been admitted, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. They've been pre-admitted. Did you take this photograph?
Yes, that's correct.
After conducting your autopsy, what do you observe here in State's Exhibit 413?
This is a photograph that shows the back surface of the body, and there is some red discoloration at the right hand side of the photograph. That's where blood is what we call avidity. Blood is settling on the back part of the body. After a person dies, blood tends to settle in the dependent areas, and if they're on their back, the lower part of the back generally gets that lividity. The back of the head, you start to see there's an injury there, the stab wound. It's not well seen on this one, but you can start to see that there's some injury at the back of the neck.
Okay. I'm now showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 414. Can you can you tell us what's depicted on this photograph on State's Exhibit 414?
Yes, this is a photograph that shows the front surface of the body. You see some of the face with the injuries, sharp force injuries to the left side of the face, the left corner of the mouth, and also at the left wrist or left hand and left upper arm. You start to see some of the injuries.
And is that how the body came to you initially when you first received it at your office?
The body was with the clothing.
Just exactly like that?
And had clothing.
Okay. I'm now showing you State's Exhibit 415. Can you tell us, after doing your autopsy, what you observed in this photograph?
This is a photograph that shows the front of the left wrist and left hand. The front of the left wrist area has a elongated wound it's what we call an incised wound at the left wrist, and underneath there, that's the area where the wrist is fractured. In that area, underneath that incised wound.
Right here.
Yes, sir. And then the palm of the hand near the thumb area, in that area, there's a stab wound there that is coming out on the palm surface of the hand, but it connects with the stab wound on the back of the hand. In other words, it's a continuous injury from on the back side to the front side. It's perforating through that part of the hand.
So what you're trying to say is it went completely through the hand?
Went in and out, that's right.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 419 now.
Yes, these are photographs. This photograph shows the back of the hand with a stab wound at the back of the left wrist, and then another one at the base of the thumb area on the left hand.
Okay. I'm going to show State's Exhibit 421. Can you tell us what this is?
This is a photograph that has the clothing that had been on the decedent. And it has been removed, and it's photographed with the case number there.
This is the clothing that Griselda Hernandez was wearing when she was first brought to your office.
That's right.
Okay. Well, let me show you State's Exhibit 422. Before I ask you to tell us what you observed, is that how she first came to your office?
That's correct.
Okay, and what can you tell us about State's Exhibit 422? What do you observe here?
This photograph shows the back of the body. The back surface of the body is the clothing that she has on has some what looks like vegetation on it, and then also there's the red discoloration. It's soiled with blood. The clothing that she had on.
When you mean soiled by blood, the clothing, what do you mean by that?
That means the wounds that she had on her body were bleeding when the heart pumps. The wounds bleed, and they soil the clothing.
Would you say it was soaked?
This clothing, yes, it was. It's a type that has a significant amount of blood on it.
Okay. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 423. What do you observe here after doing your autopsy?
This is the front of the body, showing the lower leg area and the upper leg area, showing that it has some soiling also.
By soiling, you mean this area right here and up here?
Yes, the discolored areas, that's right.
Okay. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 424 now. What can you tell? What do you observe in this photograph?
This is a photograph that shows the upper part of the body. That shows the surface of the body. Has areas where there's been blood that's been deposited on the skin surface and also on the clothing.
May I ask why? Why are her bags and these little brown paper bags?
The cases that come to the office, several times they come to the office and the law enforcement might request fingernail swabs or nail clippings, and so they'll bag the hands prior to that being done.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 425 now. What do you see right here? What can you tell us as far as what you observed here?
This is a photograph that shows the right side of the face, more toward the right ear area. And you see the area where there's separation there between where the ear is attached to the face. That part of the ear has become detached from the right side of the face because of that slash wound at that location has separated it.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 427. What do you observe here on this photograph?
This is a photograph that shows the ruler at the center of the photograph. Above the ruler, toward the center front of the neck, there slightly toward the right side. That's the one on the left, and then there's one on the right, and then there's one in the center. These are wounds of the neck area that injure the underlying blood vessels on the right side of the neck and the left side of the neck.
What does that mean?
There's trauma to those vessels. They're cut, and those are vital areas. Those would be the type of injuries that are fatal.
And is this an incise wound or is that a stab wound?
These are stab wounds at the front of the neck, going toward the right side of the neck, and stab wound at the left side of the neck.
I'm showing you has been marked as State's Exhibit 428. What do you observe in this photograph?
This is a photograph that shows the left corner of the mouth, shows the left face. The left corner of the mouth, there's a vertical stab wound, and then at the right at the left corner of the mouth, near the lower lip area, there's a smaller horizontal incise wound.
Which one are you referring to? Is it this one?
That's the larger one, and then there's the other one. Keep moving toward the other way.
Oh, okay. Right
You'll-
here?
Let's see. It's at the corner of the ruler.
This-
Just follow the other corner. There, go upward. Up, there, to the left.
Okay. I'm showing you has been marked as State's Exhibit 429 now. What did you observe after doing your examination on State's Exhibit 429?
This is a photograph that shows the left side of the face, the left cheek area that has a area where there's a vertical cut, slash there at the left cheek.
Would this be consistent with a slash, or excuse me, an incise wound or a stab wound?
Yes, it would be consistent with the incise wound, left side of face. I label it as J on my report.
And I'm showing you has been marked as State's Exhibit 450. What can you tell us that you can observe in this photograph?
This is a wound that's also showing the left the neck area and the upper collarbone area above the ruler, and the wounds that are stab wounds going into those sides of the body.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 432. What can you observe on this photograph?
This is a photograph that shows more of the left upper shoulder, and it shows a stab wound above where the ruler is, and then at the top of the shoulder, another stab wound.
And on State's Exhibit 434, what do you observe?
This is a photograph that shows the upper back, mainly the back of the left shoulder, the back, upper back area, and it shows a cluster of several wounds close together at that area.
And what does that signify? Like in your professional experience, you've done this a lot. What do these types of injuries tell you?
The injuries with them being clustered close together would be consistent with them happening one right after the other, repeatedly stabbing into that area.
Now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 435. What location of her body is on this exhibit?
This is the photograph that shows the upper back of the neck, the baseline of the hair. The hair has been shaved off the back, lower back of the head, so the wounds can be seen. And there's a cluster of wounds at the upper back of the neck, stab wounds.
And what does that tell you? That those little clusters right there in the back of the neck?
That would be consistent with those happening rapidly one after the other into that area.
Would these type of injuries contribute to a death? Would have contributed to her death?
Yes, these are contributing to the death.
And then I'm showing you State's Exhibit 436. What do you see on State's Exhibit 436 that you can tell us?
This is the photograph after the hair on the scalp, behind and above the left ear, behind the left ear and the upper back of the neck. The hair's been shaved, and the stab wounds, the cluster of these several stab wounds, can be seen.
Can you count how many of these wounds in these little clusters that you can tell us?
On the photograph here, you see at least 6. 3 of them above the ruler, and then another 3 behind the ear.
Tell me, that
would be 1, 2, and 3, and then 1, 2, 3 here. Total of 6.
And how about these right here?
That's more toward the back of the neck.
Okay, so 6 in this particular area right here in the
Yes,
back
sir.
of her head. How about this one? What is that, an incise wound or a stab wound?
That was one of the ones that we looked at earlier.
Earlier?
On the left collarbone.
Collarbone?
Covering
Okay.
down there, yes, sir.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 437 now. What can you tell us that you observed on State's Exhibit 437?
This is the photograph that shows the right side of the neck, the right side of the jaw, and the right ear. It shows the cut at the right jaw that you're pointing to, one above the ruler, and then the one we saw in front of the ear.
Would these be classified as incise wounds?
The 2 here would be the stab wounds, and then the one in front of the ear would be the incise wound.
Okay, so stab wound, incise wound.
Yeah, the one in front of the ear, going up and down in front of the ear. And these 2 in front of the one in front of the ruler and the right jaw, there would be stab wounds.
Okay. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 438. Can you tell us what you observe in this photograph after doing your examination?
Yes, this is a photograph showing the back of the left shoulder, the back of the left upper arm, and it's showing the cluster of about 6 stab wounds at that location.
And in this little cluster, can you count how many wounds she has, incise or stab wounds? So
This is 1, 2, 3. That one is the 4th one, and 5 and 6 right here. And then you have a 7th one over there. There's one actually on front of the shoulder, back the other way, toward the bottom of the photograph. Very, very bottom.
would you have permission just to point it out for us, Your Honor? Would that be fine? Because
doing that pretty much yourself, so are you lost?
Oh, this one.
Yes, sir,
I'm
you found it.
sorry.
You found it.
So I need more light, that's one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
7. And this may have seen on another photograph.
Okay, so just from here to here, we counted.
I'd say 7.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 440.
Yes, this is a photograph that shows the wound you saw earlier on the right cheek, the one on the right neck, and then now there's one at the right, above the right collarbone, where the ruler is.
State's Exhibit 441.
This is a closer up photograph of the wounds behind the left ear. showing the ruler, right above the ruler is the stab wound.
This one.
Yes, sir. It has a flattened edge toward the left and a pointed edge toward where your pen is. That would be the flat edge, and that would be the sharp edge.
State's Exhibit 443.
This is a stab wound that's through the right arm, and at the front of the right forearm, it continues, and it actually comes out there, pointed in there. Comes in where you're pointing, and then comes out, the tip of it comes out there. So this was in and out wound of the arm.
So whatever caused this injury went all the way through?
Went all the way through, that's right. It continued through.
And finally, State's Exhibit 444, what can you tell us that you observed here?
This is a photograph where you can see both the wounds now, the one side and the other side, where it went through and through, in and out.
So this is a better angle of the previous exhibit that I showed you, where it goes from one side into the other, out the other?
This one shows both of the wounds.
So it's one object coming through and then exiting the other side.
That's correct.
So I'm gonna go ahead now and so I'm gonna go ahead and show you State's Exhibit 529. So this is your autopsy report pertaining to who?
This is Dominique A. Hernandez.
And when did you do this autopsy report?
This was April 10th, 2018.
So let me ask you this. What findings did you make? And then I guess you can tell us what findings you made, and then we can break it down.
Yes, sir. I noted under findings there was abrasions. Those are scrapes. There's scrapes, abrasions on the back of the right hand. There was a stab wound injury at the left side of the neck that transected the blood vessels at that left side of the neck, the carotid vessels. There was a stab wound at the mid front of the chest that went up to the left collarbone and cut part of the collarbone. And then the internal organs, they had pallor, what we call generalized pallor.
So real quick on that, you mentioned Grisetta had pallor of the internal organs, and then Dominic had generalized pallor. Is there a difference between the two?
Bless you. They both had diffuse. This one that was just noted more pronounced.
Okay. And what causes that?
The blood volume in adults not the same as the blood volume. Bless you. The blood volume in an adult's not the same as the 1-year-old. The 1-year-old has a lot lower blood volume, and when the organs had lost the blood, they were more pronounced as far as pale. The adult has 5 liters of blood. The child would have maybe about 1 liter of blood.
And approximately how many stab wounds did Dominic have after doing your autopsy?
The stab wound was at the left neck area, and then the stab wound at the mid front of the chest.
So 2 stab wounds?
Those were the 2 that were noted.
And can you show us on your body where they were located?
The stab wound on the left side of the neck went through the left side of the neck where the carotid vessel is and the vein is, and then the stab wound at the chest was at the mid chest area.
And then so what does underlying transaction of left carotid vessels, I hope I said that right.
Carotid vessels.
Carotid.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to us what that is?
When the stab wound goes through the body, it comes through the skin and the soft tissue, and then below that area are the blood vessels. So the underlying blood vessel, what's below there, is transected, which cut in two on the left carotid vessels. There's an artery and a vein there, and cut through the artery and vein.
Was that the cause of his death?
Yes, that's right.
Do you know if the heart was punctured?
The chest wound did not go into the chest cavity. It went into the soft tissue area and into the collarbone. Did not go to injure the heart, didn't injure the lung, didn't go into the cavity.
So what you're trying to say is he missed the heart, or this person missed the heart.
That wound did not injure the heart or lungs.
And the stab wounds that Dominic sustained, how would you categorize them? How would you describe the stab wounds?
Those are forceful injuries, and the neck injury is a fatal injury. Every time the heart would pump, the person would be losing blood from that area.
And did you do an external examination of Dominic?
Yes, sir, that's listed on page 2.
Okay, and what can you tell us about his external examination?
The child appeared healthy, well nourished, well developed, and those were the general external examination, general external findings. There was identified marks and scars noted, and then evidence of injury noted.
Okay, so he was a healthy young boy then.
That's correct.
So let me ask you about that. You mentioned about that you observed some identifying marks and scars. What exactly did you observe?
The front of the lower legs had some irregular scars. The outer surface of the left thigh had an area that was kind of what I described as nodule shaped, 3/4 inch. And then when that was examined further, it had some bleeding underneath there that was, it looked like it already had aged and had been there prior to the injuries that happened that were resulting in the death.
Would you know more or less how long prior?
No, I couldn't give you the exact age of it. It could be consistent with days, but I couldn't tell you exactly how long.
I'm showing you States Exhibit 446. Are you familiar with this photograph?
Yes, sir.
It's been pre-admitted, Your Honor. So, a couple more questions before I get to this. Can you explain to the jury what a subcutaneous hematoma is?
That's where you have the surface is the skin itself, and then when you look underneath the skin, you go to an area that's called subcutaneous. Below the skin, cutaneous would be skin, and then subcutaneous would be below skin. And that's the area where the hematoma is. That's where the collection of blood would have been.
And would you be able to explain to the jury how this subcutaneous hematoma could occur?
There's an injury that happened to that part of the body. As far as how it came about, I couldn't tell you how it came about.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 446. What can you tell us about this photograph, Doctor?
Yes, this is a photograph of the left thigh showing the area where there's the nodule and some discoloration there.
Does this photograph represent your observations that you just testified to earlier, right now?
That's true.
Did you receive any special instructions as to further examining this particular area on that's depicted here in this photograph?
No.
This is better. Yeah. Okay. Approximately how deep was Dominic's chest wound?
The chest wound that I had to refer back to my report to
It's
see
fine.
what I had noted. That depth was about an inch.
And then how deep was the wound to Dominic's neck?
The wound to the neck area, that one was about a 1/2 inch to 3/4 inches.
And again, you said that the fatal wound was the neck one, the neck injury.
That's correct.
Was it deep enough to cut the carotid?
That's true.
That's an answer.
Move on. Did you do an internal examination of Dominic?
Yes, that's listed on page 3.
Let me flip it to page 3. What can you tell us about his internal examination?
Aside from the injuries that were noted in the pale organs, the organs were healthy and consistent with that for a child that age.
So let me ask you this. As part of your autopsy, did you have to cut the stomach of Dominic?
Part of the examination is involved looking at the gastrointestinal tract and opening the stomach. That is true.
And you did that.
Yes, that's right.
What did you find within his stomach?
The stomach was not empty. It had about 10 cc's, 10 mils of a meal that had been masticated and chewed, and it was tan colored.
Could that be consistent with chicken nuggets?
It's possible.
And how long had he last eaten before? How long had it been since he had last eaten?
The stomach may take about an hour to empty solids, so it may have been within an hour or 2 hours that the child had eaten, because there was still solid material there. That's in general.
Okay. And was a toxicology test requested?
Yes, sir.
Did you perform it?
This was collected and done by the same lab, National Medical Services.
It was done under your direction?
That's right.
Anything alarming or anything that
They
caught your attention?
They tested for alcohol, other drugs of abuse, and it was non-detected.
And did you sign off on this medical report that you performed on Dominic?
Yes, that's my signature.
Right here?
Yes.
Okay. Do they test for any foreign substances or poisons when that toxicology exam is requested?
The routine testing is what they did. Routine testing include methamphetamine, breakdown products of amphetamine, heroin, breakdown products of heroin, fentanyl, cocaine, alcohol, marijuana, all of those types of drugs. They don't do testing for exotic drugs unless there's a request for it.
And there was no request for testing of a foreign substance or poison?
No, this is routine testing.
Okay. And so again, I think when you first get the bodies, what's the first thing you do? Do you photograph the bodies?
During the time that the body is, the external examination is done, there's photographs taken. After the incision is made on the body and the organs are examined, if there's other injuries internally, some of those can also be photographed, and then X-rays can also be taken.
So I'm approaching and I'm showing you certain, so what's been marked as State's Exhibit 447, they've been pre-admitted, Your Honor. 448, 454, 449, 450, 451, 452, 453, 455. Do you recognize them? Go ahead and review.
Yes, sir.
You recognize him?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, once again, just warning, we'll publish some photos that may be graphic for the family and the media. So, our first published what's been marked as State's Exhibit 447. Is that how Dominic first arrived at your office?
That's correct. This is the child with the clothing on the body.
And how would you describe his clothing?
There's different areas of it where it's discolored and has as it's moist and it's soiled with blood at the upper area.
Now I'm showing you it's been marked as Exhibit 448. Is that
This
Dominic flipped over?
Yes, this is the surface, the back surface of the showing the body with the clothing and the different areas of the clothing have some discoloration.
And do you see blood on this picture?
Yes, sir.
Where at?
There's some that's noted on the top of the back and also on the sheet there. Yes, right.
How about his pants?
Some of that may be soiling from blood. It may be urine. I can't tell you from the photograph.
Okay. And then I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 454. Was that the clothing that Dominic was wearing when he came into your office?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So I'm gonna zoom in, doctor. Do you see any incision or any cut or tear on the shirt that Dominic was wearing when he came in?
Usually they have an arrow pointing to it. I'm not. It's hard to tell because of the soiling if there's one there. But I don't recall whether there was a defect there or not.
When you mean by arrow, that means if you had put an arrow there, there would have been.
To highlight it. That's
Okay,
right.
but since there's none on this photograph, what does that mean?
That means I probably didn't see one there.
Let's move on.
I'm showing you now has been marked as State's Exhibit 449. Zoom out. What can you tell us that's depicted on this photograph?
This is a photograph that shows the back surface of the body after the clothing has been removed.
No injuries on this part, right?
The area here is intact.
Okay. Now I'm showing you has been marked as State's Exhibit 450. What do you observe in this exhibit?
This is a photograph that shows the front of the body after the clothing's been removed, and you start to see at the very upper chest, the area where there's a stab wound. Yes, and then above that, another area where there's another stab wound at the neck.
And you had said earlier that this was the fatal blow.
That's correct.
I'm gonna show a more close-up photo now. State's Exhibit 451. Can you describe this photograph for us, what you observe?
Yes, this is a photograph that shows the upper part of the body. At the mid part of the photograph, just above the ruler, that's where the horizontal wound is. It's a stab wound. Yes, sir. And then the other wound is at the front of the neck, and it's going to the left side of the neck.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 452 now, Doctor. Do you recall which wound this was on Dominic?
Yes, this is a close-up wound, or close-up photograph of the wound that's on the chest. It's about a 3/4 inch stab wound at the front of the chest.
And this is a stab wound, not an incise wound.
That's right.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 453 now. A close-up of which wound is this, Doctor?
This is a close-up of the other wound. That's at the upper left side of the neck, and that was about an inch and just over an inch, about an inch and a quarter inch.
And so somebody with this type of injury, would they die immediately or would it take time for them to die?
This is not a instant death. This is a rapid death. Every time that heart beats, there's blood loss from that major blood vessel. So within about 5 minutes, the child would be in shock, and then probably within 10 minutes at the most, the child would be dead by then. It's rapid, but it's not instant.
And finally, I'm showing you has been marked as State's Exhibit 455. Are those the abrasions in the back of the hand that you referred to earlier?
Yes, sir. There's areas where the surface has been scraped, what we call abrasions, at that part of the body.
And are these fresh wounds or?
They're recent because of the red discoloration of them. I couldn't tell you the exact time of day they happened, but they're recent.
They're fresh.
Fresh, that's correct.
Okay. And then. In your professional opinion, as a medical examiner who's done this, I think you said over 8,000 times, in regards to both of these victims and the injuries they sustained, what do you believe would have been the cause? What caused these injuries?
They're sharp force injuries. They're sharp, something that's got a sharp edge to it. I can't tell you if it's double-edged or just single-edged, but it's multiple sharp force injuries.
Were the wounds intentionally caused?
The number of the wounds where they're inflicted, this is death at the hands of another.
In your professional experience, based on these injuries, I guess, what does that tell you?
The area of the neck was targeted on both the child and the adult. That's a vital area. So it'd be consistent with someone that has some knowledge that that's a vital area and to target that area.
And what did you do with the bodies after you completed your autopsies?
The bodies were released to whichever funeral home was working with the county to transport those bodies.
Thank you, Dr. Fernandez. We pass the witness, Your Honor.
I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Dr. Fernandez, you are excused, sir. You can go to business. Have a safe trip. Subject to the recalling of Detective Reyes, I believe, for Wednesday, right?
That's correct, Your Honor. That's all we have for today.
We're going to, thank you, sir. We're going to call it a day today after that. Remember that as you go through this, what is it going to be? 4 days? 5 days? Let's see. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. We'll be back Wednesday. The case has not been given to you to deliberate on amongst yourselves, this body, or with anybody else. And there has been lots of media coverage on this case. There will probably be people that you know that may talk to you about this case. There may even be people that you know that you're on this jury. Do not talk to them about this case. Do not allow them to tell you anything about this case. Please tell them to stop if they begin to. Or if for some reason they can't, then you need to have them removed from the area or you remove yourself from the area. It's not time to do any of that. I've given you strict instructions and we have to follow them. Otherwise, all of our time will have been wasted. Remember the instructions that I've given you, please. Very well. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you on Wednesday morning at to begin again by 8:45. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
Did you send me the charge? I don't know if you already did or not. I need that over the course of